It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Yeah, mother effing melts. You know that Smackdown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of Smackdown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Smackdown. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Can you give me a beat? Subliminal, lyrical, rap megastar, cynical. Here's Johnny Cornette Lamar, Jungle Jack, son of a TV star. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm hearing those jungle drums. Used to hang around with chimpanzees. What is his gimmick? He's a homeless bum, poo flinging, swinging in the trees. He's going to sit in one of those little kid seats. Jungle Jack wanted to use broken glass, real glass. The medical staff said, we don't think you ought to do that. This is where this fucking clown's head's at. Lil Jack got his panties in a bunch, so it was brought to CM Punk. He said, we don't do that on Saturday night. They're going to Wembley. He grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Real glass. You, dick lick. He did not punch a person. He choked one little nitwit. Curly-headed, entitled little prick. What you think he was gonna do, dipshit? Ride me a river. Mine for wrestling of a slug in a sewer. You're not a TV star. You're tired. What the fuck? He looks like a minor. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Don't run your fucking yap. Don't fuck around and find out. Jungle Jack, what, you gonna do something about it? Yeah, apparently. Oh my God, he grabbed me. Tony ended up firing his biggest star. Punk should send Jack off a Christmas card. Look in my eyes, what do you see? CM Punk to the WWE. What's Jack Perry gonna fucking do? Tony, fire the fucking little goof. arrogant knob, indie nitwit. Here's your contract, Jack. Rip, rip, rip. Tony went, he made me mad. Send him another check, but don't let him come back. Jungle Boy sounds fake and like a dork, runs and hides because he doesn't like to talk. Homeless Jack living in a box under an overpass on cocaine, shot into space. Jack is slapping himself in the face. He's ready to get butt fucked by Sonato, the Cucamonga Kids. Mr. Okada and the independent legal team, they get through a bucket of Vaseline. Hey, scapegoat, Nanny Goat, Billy Goat, Rick. Hey, Sweet Chin Music, you're a fucking kid. Hey, he caused the thing with CM Punk, which he did. Hey, this place is a joke, you're a clown, and I quit. Hey, he's got very feminine hips. Hey, he might look good in a bikini, bitch. Hey, Jesus, I'd want to snatch him around the neck. Hey, bland, boring, mumble mouth dreck. Hey. Jungle Boy sucks. 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 Look at all this shit that he directly caused. Punk doesn't have to put up with these children anymore. Hey, scared for his life. Hey, scared for his life. Punk can still be on our show. The incident at Wembley. Oh no. Hey, scared for his life. Hey, scared for his life. Yo, VW. Yo, VW. Step this way. Step that way. Step this way. Step that way.
Jungle Boy is a bell end. What do we got? Super Day, Pro Wrestle Clips. Tony.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
綺麗な空気。体には細長が気持ちいいんです。日立のビッグフロー、ウェルネス。日立フレ
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And sorry about the Lululemon ads. I'm glad they could get those off on my show for free. How y'all doing tonight? It's a Sicko Saturday. Again, we're starting a little early. I like Sicko Saturdays where we start a little bit early for the East Coast with the time difference. Tomorrow we have AEW Dynasty, of course. And I'm going to be doing that live. I'm going to be popping into a Spaces with my guy George and Jake, my guys George and Jake, and I'm going to do their Spaces for the pre-show, and then we're going to jump over and do PWT live over on the YouTube channel for the actual Dynasty pay-per-view. So make sure you guys are locked in for that. Hit the like. Run the likes up, please, and thank you. Hit the subscribe. YouTube.com / at prowrestletimes. YouTube.com / at prowrestleclips. You guys already know. What else? YouTube.com / at Phil Marks Out for my pop culture stuff. I've been lacking on that. For sure, I haven't got my Daredevil reviews up, but god damn, is that show so good. And it's because I was working on another video, like, you know, the Marvel, they dropped, like, here's all the people who are going to be in the Avengers movie. So I was, like, working on a video intensely for that, and I just haven't gotten my Daredevil reviews up. But there's lots going on over there, too, so check it out. But this is pro wrestling. That's why you guys are here. We're jam-packed tonight. Jam-fucking-packed. Oh, boy, are we packed full. You know, we are packed full more than Meltzer's packed full of shit. Is that a good one? I don't know. Maybe that was a bad one. We got a lot to get to, okay, tonight. We've got AEW, stuff to go over. There's a collision, which I might throw on in the backdrop. There's updates. Tony Khan confirmed these numbers that are apparently lies. But then we have some insight on that. Like, even if he did confirm them, it's a fucking L. And we're not trying to point out L's, but somebody brought something up to me that no one's even talking about, really, I guess, that it dawned on me. And I was like, oh, crap, we got to talk about that on the show. So we're going to do that, and it involves the AEW numbers. What else do we got? Awful Wrestling's going to join us tonight. MJ from NJ might join us tonight to give us a little context on some of the math stuff, or whatever points he has to raise. What else do we got? We're gonna preview Dynasty tonight. We got Tiffany Stratton getting all messy and Charlotte fucking choking like B-Rabbit on SmackDown last night. We got Rey Fénix's debut last night. What else, man? Just a jam-packed show. We couldn't possibly fit it all into one title. And we're live on Twitch for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for being live on Twitch. I absolutely am excited for our Twitch debut. There will be tons of gaming content going up there too. Whether it's just something I am recording like in the moment and I'm not even doing commentary over it, or me doing full-blown commentary with people from the chat here and we're hanging out talking while I'm gaming out, or whatever. But yeah, I'm going to start doing some 2K stuff. We're going to launch a GM mode. We're going to do all that over on Twitch, and I'm going to pod there from time to time just to help sort of build it up a little bit, I guess, hopefully. But primarily YouTube is where you want to be. So we're not on X tonight, but we are on Twitch and YouTube. And so so Charlotte Flair has tons of heat, and I can't wait. The Illuminati, I see the chat lighting up. I'm gonna check in with chat in just a moment here. And so yeah, let's take a look at this collision card, and I'll give you my thoughts on this quickly. And then I'll check in with chat. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to talk about, or we're going to do light news, and then we're going to talk about Smackdown. Okay? And then probably get into WWE news. So this collision card, quickly. Mercedes Moné and Harley Cameron teamed up, okay, versus Athena and Julia Hart. Okay. I mean, why hasn't Athena been on TV forever? They're just doing this last minute. Julia Hart's back, okay. Harley Cameron and Mercedes, I guess they're telling like a frenemy story or whatever. Doesn't really matter. Cash Wheeler against one of the trios champions, Pac, and it's like, when has the trios titles been defended? Powerhouse Hobbs and Ishii versus Takeshita and Fletcher. Ricochet on commentary, and then it's Mike Bailey versus Drilistico. Top Flight versus Crew. Sit down with Garcia and Cole. Oh my God. A Max Caster Open Challenge. I actually enjoy those because he just gets squashed or whatever. And Chris Statlander and Thunder Rosa are. It just says Chris Statlander and Thunder Rosa. Like in a team, you know? Like against Billy Starks and Jamie Hayter? Like, is that a thing? And then Jay White, we'll hear from Jay White. So just, I don't know. People shit on the bill. I'm just like, it's like people shit on the bill to Mania. This is fucking, you know. It is what it is. They're focusing on their core guys. I'll give them that. Already stunned into silence here. Okay, so what else do we got to talk about tonight here. Memberships are 99 cents, or you can also super chat in tonight. That's welcome if you support what I do. And then patreon.com/prowrestletimes. Just wanted to make sure I plug those as well. Let me check in with chat. People are saying hello. Plenty in pixel art. For now, we just need to view here to support and help him get to that point. Sure. I mean, I don't know Plinian, right? Like, how do you become a partner? I didn't look into any of that. We're just going on Twitch just because. So Plinian is the top mod of the Twitch pod, of the top Twitch pod. Okay. And so he's over there running things. So if you're on twitch.tv, check it out, you know? Okay. What else? What is everybody saying? George is in the building. What's up, Georgie? Hopefully the weather don't got him down. I like after Jericho makes an appearance. Fair. Okay, yeah, the Illuminati's in full effect here. Nut Vicious. Yeah, he has to have a certain viewer count for a while before people can sub. Cool. Follow dropped. How loud does it have to be for Twitch to count? Dude, we got people in Twitch chatting, so this is amazing. It's our first time. Round of applause for our Twitch viewers, ladies and gentlemen. A first time thing. But of course, come to YouTube is the no. Twitch is cool too. Joining me on the show now is everybody's favorite Grinch. He is the awful one, Awful Wrestling. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Awful.
Hello, everyone on Twitch and on YouTube and all that other nonsense. What's going on, Phil?
Watch your goddamn language tonight, Awful.
I gotta watch my language. There's a couple words I can't say. Can I spell them out at least?
Just don't chance it, because we're please and thank you. You know I love you, but don't even chance it.
Okay.
But how you doing, man? How you been?
I'm doing pretty good. This is the first time in a long time where I've had the entire house to myself.
Fuck yeah.
My wife went up to New York for the weekend, so I'm free as a bird, and my balls are empty. No, I'm joking. Come on, people.
Well, I'm glad to have you here last minute. This is amazing. One of the goats here in the building, Awful Wrestling. So, dude, we're gonna get into light news, and then I want to jump into. So light news is sort of just an amalgamation of like TNA news, miscellaneous shit, any MMA light stuff. And then we get into I want to go right into WWE and talking about Smackdown. I'm assuming you saw the mess that was Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair.
I did. I actually saw Smackdown. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about it. I'm gonna bite my tongue until then.
Absolutely. I loved it, man. I thought it was awesome to have I'll bite my tongue too, but I mean you hope people get into real fights, kind of, that's why we watch. So Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 says for 5 says I like Charlotte, but she needs an attitude adjustment. Dun, 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 dun. And you've been a member for 8 months, so shout you out, guys. Super chats are welcome. Also 99 cents to become a member.
Come on now, Eric.
You guys gotta make it happen. Thank you guys so much. So and yes, 2K25 content coming on Twitch as well, guys. Okay, so let's jump into some news.
What are we
I
jumping
have
into?
some folders here. UFC, MMA. This is empty. There was like a people's elbow, but that's like a phantom bookmark. It won't leave my fucking folders for some reason. So we head into miscellaneous news. And for miscellaneous news, we like to run a mansion. So awful. You remember Nydia? Were you a fan of Jamie Noble and Nydia?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
But I do know who they are.
All right. So this is courtesy of Fightful Gossip, YouTube, right? Mm-hmm. And so Nydia on wanting to stay on SmackDown as opposed to going to Raw.
For a bit, like it wasn't the first conversation they had about moving to Raw. They were like, "You wrestle really well, and that's where the belt is. You need to move to Raw." And we talked them out of it. Like I said, it was a really tight group, and I didn't want to leave, and they didn't want me to leave. So we would kind of like corner Johnny Ace or Fit or Dean and kind of plead our case. It's like, man, it's like, do you really need it?
Because he certainly didn't corner you.
You got this person, you got this person. I was like, I don't even want the belt. Just leave me over here. And it worked. Like it bought me some time in SmackDown. And
I was a big fan. Yeah, when they removed Nydia, when they moved her to Raw, that was where it was like, okay, you know, and then same with Jamie Noble. He started wearing tights and he wasn't really like the trailer trash guy as much anymore. And I don't know, but just a good throwback there. I just wanted to bring that to the show. Here is a clip of the GOAT Tama Tonga in an eating contest with the Great O'Khan from like a year ago. Yes, this is like a year ago. So what do you make of this? Or sorry, not Tama Tonga, Tongaloa. Yeah.
O'Khan is scarfing it down 10 ways to Sunday. We are at the end of round 2 tonight in Hamama.
Crowd seems to be into it. I mean, what the fuck? Ooh, excuse me. What the hell is going on?
No, you can say fuck. I think we can say fuck, right? We did already a bunch, so you're good.
Jeez. This is what Japanese wrestling has to offer.
Right, and Gabe Kidd tweeted this, and we have a few tweets, or maybe a couple from Gabe Kidd tonight, and Gabe Kidd's like, don't ever share this fucking shit ever again, bruv. An absolute embarrassment. Yeah, he don't give a shit, dude. He was going at AEW fans too. So it finally happened
until he wrestled in their ring.
Just hopefully not the Australian one. At GCW wanted Megan Bain and Zeta Steele threw down. I guess they came. So WWE ID prospect.
Oh, right into the forearms goes Steele.
And Megan Bain going at it. Oh. So are you a big Megan Bain fan or what? She's all the rage in AEW now.
I don't even know who she is. No, I know who she is, but no, I'm not a big fan. She's a throwaway female wrestler, like most of them in AEW.
No doubt. And then Zeta Steele. Have you been keeping up with like WWE Evolve or anything?
No. You know what? Like, the only blonde that I've been paying attention to, really, that's on the independent circuit, is the homie Haley J, or Hollywood Haley J.
Yep.
She's pretty good.
She's good shit. So, Vince Russo, addresses Jim Cornette for the last and awful. Bro, when I say the last time, bro, I mean let me tell you something. This is the last time this is the finale, bro. I will never talk about Jim Cornette or the wrestling business ever again after tonight. Bro, it's the same routine for Cornette over 25 years. Here is Hameen Media Group and the Vince Russo's brand, and he's addressing Jim Cornette for the final time. Why do I have a feeling it's not going to be the final time?
And as I talk about Jim Cornette and Jim saying I was fired 3 times, am I mad? Am I upset? Am I cutting a promo on Jim Cornette? I absolutely am not, because this has been going on since 1999.
When I invented the Rock and Stone Cold, bro, from like that moment, Jim had it out for me.
You know, bro, this is like a stand-up comic doing the same routine for 26 years.
Bro, I swear it's like Bill Burr is...
You mean Jerry Seinfeld? Bill Burr switched it up a few times, but
yeah, he has.
Seinfeld's never lost his touch.
Well, here's the thing, man, with Seinfeld. He is just such a legend, and he came from an era where that shit, worked. Like, that's what you did, so...
Still works.
Yeah.
It's like take Dice.
I knew he was going to say Dice. That's what I was going to say. You brought up Seinfeld, but I was going to go, it's Andrew Dice Clay, bro. Let me tell you something. And he's like, I'm over here now. Who the fuck is Vince Russo? Oh, Stephanie.
Yeah, but a Jew acting like a greaser from the 50s is obviously going to wear down after, I don't know, 10 years maybe.
I got this New York accent. I'm from Vegas. So
it's like Dice starts his act.
You ever hear Andrew Dice Clay and Shane McMahon arguing on the Opie and Anthony show?
I might have heard it. I may have to re-listen.
It's one of the funniest interactions between two human beings that possibly ever happened, ever.
At
to have a listen
25
along.
years old,
yeah.
At 51 years old, it's the same exact act. He's doing the same exact thing. He's telling the same exact jokes, same exact nursery rhymes, and he's been doing it for 26 years. So what happens after that 26 years?
Hickory dickory dock.
help me out, Phil.
Yeah.
I know Hameen Media Group. I understand they've got some people on there.
Sure.
What's the attraction with Vince Russo? They always try to send me his stuff through the DM. I hate to, throw him under the bus, but like I never share the Vince Russo stuff because what's he about? What's his story?
His whole
I know his
thing-
story, but
Yeah, his whole thing, I feel like, is just, well, you know what they say. Jack and Jill went up the hill both with $1.25. Jill came down with $2.50. That no,
damn it.
Yeah, he just wants to say like the most, like he wants to shit on AEW, which is fine, but then he just wants to say the most like outrageous shit about WWE.
Gotcha.
And just to be like, it's still dying, and it's still, you have to go back to Shock TV, bro. If they hired me, bro, that's his whole shtick. So, yeah, he wants to just like be in a bubble, which he is, and it's fine because it works for him. Like people pay for his content, and he gets views, and I make fun of it on this show, and I don't know. I guess it's working, right? Unless they're terrible with their money, and he's not worth whatever they're paying him, or whatever
Right.
the ad revenue deal worked out is, or whatever, But yeah, I don't really. Nobody shares Russo shit. So we did like a fucking epic, hilarious segment, or I did rather, on Linda Hogan. And I stretched it out so long, and it worked. It was definitely a hilarious top moment for me. I thought we got a lot out of it. But I wish this video was there at the time because it would have added so much. But here's Hulk Hogan and his new wife reacting to Linda Hogan's meltdown.
I don't know how that reflected onto me, but she cut me out too. I haven't talked to her for 7 years, almost 8 years now.
Good face.
And God bless Nick. He's still such a good boy.
And his wife can't keep it together.
I've never put a face
It's just pure savagery.
post out like this with my ugly face and my crying face, but I have to be honest about what I went through in my marriage.
Yeah, that's good shit. I mean, I hate to laugh at her, but let's be honest, y'all. Everyone knows that.
She deserves to be laughed at. She's the one with the record button and doing tears.
Yeah. So JBL appears here in AAA, making another one of his cowboy appearances, El Desperado appearances.
How do you live in this cesspool of a third world country?
So he goes to Mexico and calls it a third world country. And he's like, how do you live here? I mean, if this shit happened in WWE, I mean, everyone's triggered by El Grande Americano. You know what I mean? So
I come down here, this air is so freaking dirty.
this air's so dirty, and no one's melting down about this shit.
Country's dirty. I don't know how a third world country like this produced a $1 billion champion like Alberto Patron, but let me tell you this, you are
$1 billion champion and putting over Alberto.
so fortunate, because that man is better than all of your Aztec and Inca gods combined. You should build temples, mausoleums, and pyramids to that man. People have asked me when I'm going to finish buying AAA.
The gimmick is he's like, oh, this filthy, dirty air. I'm going to buy this stinking joint.
Acquisitions take time, but when I do, everything is going to change. Everything is going to change, and I'm going to make Mexico great. So get ready. Get ready. Because the era of JBL.
Hey guys, I think Awful is Mike. You guys could hear it robe-troning out. I think he'll be back in just a moment here.
Is upon us.
That shit is hilarious, though. Like, how does he go so savage? And people in the IWC are triggered over El Grande Americano. The fuck you triggered over that, and then no one's talking about this. Ridiculous. Moving along here. Rikishi's going to be at WrestleCon, so that's awesome. Shout out to Keister. I don't like how in 2K25 he comes out with a fucking sledgehammer and he's like an evil villain the whole time. So here's a guy. I thought this was cool. He did a fucking pogo stick splash into the ring. I'm not gonna play that music. Get copyright stricken. So he pogo sticked into the dive. Watch that one more time. Boom. That's pretty lit. No? I think that's a good time. And Awful Wrestling's back here. How's it going, partner?
Sorry.
No, don't be. It's a long show, bro. So Mary-Kate Anthony dropped this clip here. Not released to my knowledge, but here's what was on the tape after Bret Hart versus Tom Maggie. Ken Resnick interviews Maggie. Happy Sunday, everyone. And then Jim Cornette says, "Good Lord, we found Kenny Omega's father." So let's see.
Now, as you wrestling fans well know, nowhere do you find tougher competition than right here in the World Wrestling Federation. A tremendous influx of talent, second to none. And one man who has entered the competition here in the World Wrestling Federation with very excellent and very different credentials indeed. Big Tommy McGee. And Tommy, first off, welcome to the World Wrestling Federation. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Now, Tommy,
Yo, Kenny Omega's dad.
And first, that you're Canadian, correct? That's right. And coming from where?
Well, there's a clue.
You know, Canadians love wrestling, as evidenced
He's a Canadian too.
by the crowd of 70,000 people in Toronto for the recent.
In Toronto, bud.
Now, Tommy, for the fans that are unfamiliar with you, if you would, your height, your weight. I'm 6'5" and 275 pounds. Now, I understand when it comes to credentials, if you're
oh my god,
in a partial squat, yeah. Which is
that's funny, dude. What do you think?
I'll tell you what, he'd be a world champion today.
Yeah, no doubt. At that
in
size.
AEW, that's for damn sure.
Okay, so Barbie Blank, right, aka Kelly, talks about having real life beef with another diva and getting stiffed by her in the ring on Byron Scott's Fast Break on YouTube.
There was one that I didn't care. So the big thing about
there was one that I didn't care
about wrestling is like your life is in each other's hands. Like anything could happen. So you really kind of put whatever BS you had aside and you would go out there and you were professional.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one time this girl did not like me. And we never really, I didn't care for her. We went out for a match and it was like a tag match and I was getting beat up.
I don't know. That's what I thought would be revealed here, or we could piece together, hopefully.
During the match. So she tagged in. I was on the ground. I just remember she punched me so hard in the
I'll tell you who will dig it up. My friend Gary Von Erich, Grapple Vision. If you guys check out his YouTube channel, I recorded a pod with him that will be out like tomorrow, probably. Time Cop. And we talk about the whole Chase and Rant situation with Booker T. We go in depth because it's like bittersweet for him that Vlad had to pull Chasen's rap sheet because fucking like Grapple Vision has Chasen's mother under his comments under his videos, like freaking out on him because he's been like investigating this sort of for like a long time, you know. So he's like happy that we talk about it on the pod. It's really compelling stuff, but he'll dig this up for Wrestling Gets Real. He'll figure out what match she's talking about. He always does.
the head, like right here, because I got this.
Or Matthew Gregg from Botchamania. One of those two will put the words to the shit happening in the match.
Huge goose egg. And she did it on purpose because she looked me right in my eye and she knew it. We get to the back. I was so pissed. I came through the curtain. I was like, you freaking did this on purpose. I know. And like the producer standing there like, oh, wow. And I was like, she did this on purpose. I'm like yelling. I'm screaming. I'm like so mad. And she's like, no, I would never. I'm like, you fuck.
Oh, she wrestled Charlotte Flair. No, just kidding.
Yeah, really.
Flair, stepping Flair, stepping on everyone's shit. Here's Ivory, Lisa Moretti dancing to Tina Turner on stage. This is last year, dude. So this is like what she does for fun.
Okay. This isn't too bad. Oh, God.
I don't know. I like Tina Turner, though. There you
This
go.
is so local, like Summerfest.
Yeah. Local fair, whatever.
Yeah.
No, I'm here for that, dude. So
Hey, but she's doing good. At least she's not in jail for running somebody over or some dumb
That's
shit.
what I'm saying, man. Did y'all see Stevie Richards' interview with Justin Credible?
I missed it. Are you talking about Maven's interview with Justin
Or
Credible?
who did I say? Stevie Richards? Sorry.
Yeah.
Because Stevie Richards did a whole reaction video to that video, and that's what I recently watched. Pardon me. I meant Maven's Justin Credible video, and Stevie's response to it is really great with James Romero there. So I implore everyone to check those out. But goddamn. At least she's not like that, you know? Like, she's healthy, looks good, dancing to Tina Turner, she's happy. Speaking of happy, dude, Jonathan Gresham's taking on Zack Sabre Jr. at Bloodsport. This Bloodsport is stacked. Josh Barnett is the forbidden door. He's able to bring everyone from every company together for these Bloodsport events. And, yeah, this is a really great match if you're into, like, technical shoot style, you know, submission holds. Sabre does some phony shit when he like pretzels people up where it's like, okay, that wouldn't happen. But Gresham's like a real fucking, I want WWE to sign him, but I just know they look at him like, well, what do we do with a guy that short? You know?
Really?
Not even to diss him.
What do you do with him?
I know.
With a guy that short.
I know who wrestles like that. I think you just bring the cruiserweight division on the main roster back, dude.
Yeah.
And you just let guys like Fraxium, because what do you do with Fraxium? Frazier, they just brought him up on SmackDown to get beat real quick last night. You know, it's like, what do you do with him, right? He's impressive, sure, but he's just, unless you have him jobbing
is he still under possession, Jonathan Gresham? Last time I saw him, I think he was going through some sort of transition from man to octopus or some shit.
Dude, and that shit was awesome. But TNA like made him drop that when their new regime came in, you know. And then he's like, out of nowhere, he's just like, "Hey guys, I don't know what was going on. I blacked out." That's literally what it was like. And then he just went out normal. And then I don't even think he's with TNA anymore. I think his contract came up. So I don't know, man. WWE scoop him up and just make him fight for the Heritage Cup. Just make him like the reigning fucking. He just stretches all the young guys trying to win that cup, or I don't know.
How about we do this? How about we just let Jonathan Gresham do what he do, and leave him out of the Fed? How about that?
Sure. Yeah.
Not everybody can go there.
No, you're right. Before it gets too bloated. And I'm checking in with chat soon. We're almost done. Miscellaneous news here. So the bad boy Joey. The bad boy Joey Janela says Brett should strip them of the GCW belts for doing this. So they're the current GCW tag champs, I think. So come on, gang. One of the best tag teams on the indies right now. Get your shit together, Tony. So Tony Khan, you know what they say, dude. The best guy is Tony Khan, and he recently booked Von Wagner, who's had fucking more credible TV time than like 90% of the people in fucking AEW, if you really think about it.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
And then he books the GCW tag champs as security guards. And Von Wagner, sorry, is who I meant to say there. I went swimming the other day, dude. My ears still like fucking plugged. I went swimming yesterday.
Swimmer's ear.
Yeah, dude, half my head is like numb and I'm not. It's like really distracting. Anyways, listen. So these guys are booked as security. Von Wagner was booked as security as well. He was on NXT TV, and yeah. Now and then he had.
What do you think the pay is for that?
I don't know, but enough to. I don't know, dude.
Free
Ricky
catering.
Starks is a security guard, dude. Who gives a shit? You know, this isn't a knock on anybody, and it's good. Tony are
I knocked
Because
that
maybe-
dork with the glasses pretty good with that ratings video.
Because
I didn't know he was a wrestler.
Maybe this is Tony's way of like, I don't know, being like, hey, we'll work with GCW, we'll get some like, or they just go and say who has local guys around, and maybe these guys were local, and you just want to get on TV, you want to get your reps in, you know, like MJF was a security guard, CM Punk was a mobster for John Cena, like everybody starts.
Here's what I want you to do, guys. Swerve Strickland's going to walk down this hallway, and then Adam Page is going to follow him. And what I want you guys to do is I want you to run up like munchkins and kneel down and try to hold them back as they yell at each other like two clucking hens.
Speaking of hens, Britt Baker is at WrestleCon now. Does this mean she's not with AEW or isn't going to be much longer? I don't know, because WrestleCon is, I don't know if there's any like AEW signed talent or WWE signed talent that are like, yeah, we're also going to do WrestleCon other than Britt. This is the only one I've seen. So there are rumors. People are swirling up the rumors, but nothing's true. Nothing's confirmed. She removed AEW from her profile and all of that on Instagram. Now again, we see WWE legends and shit being at WrestleCon. It wouldn't. I think Sting is gonna be there. Maybe I can't remember if that's the one he's doing. He's doing a lot of cons. They have him doing one where the one night he's there in black and white paint. Then the next night they had to like he got so many people trying to get pictures with him and demanding the red face paint as well that they went, okay, one night he's gonna wear the white and black, one night he's gonna wear the fucking red and black. And it's like, think about how much money Sting's clearing just doing that, and the demand for it is there. So I think Sting might be at WrestleCon. I can't remember, but you know, like Rikishi's there, some other WWE legends. So this isn't like main roster AEW, WWE guys who are on WrestleCon. Like Jim Ross will be there, but that's Jim Ross. He's like a part-time AEW announcer, you know, so he can do whatever he wants. If Jim Ross is like, I'm gonna go fucking do commentary on Evolve, Tony Khan won't say no, you know. But yeah, so I don't know what this means. Everyone's swirling the rumors. There's no confirmation. I don't know. I would just say that if lawyers and if AEW wrestlers had lawyers looking over contracts right now to see the earliest motherfuckers can get out of there, some of them, don't be shocked, especially if it's people with names. Now, does WWE want her? I think the fans would reject her so hard, but that might be a good thing. She might come in and have such bad heat with those fans, because when Britt Baker comes in, they're not going to chant Tony fumbled. They're going to be like, why Bird in our locker room with an ego like this? You know what I'm saying, Awful?
And what, in whose locker room?
The NXT's or WWE's. Like, people are saying, oh, she's out of AEW. Well, okay,
Listen,
where does she go? Where does Britt go? This is where AEW's hurt some people. It's like,
I don't know about you, man, but I am so tired of the discourse of like, hey, they should go to NXT. No,
I know.
There are
me too.
40 wrestling promotions out there. Get your reps in, people. Stop trying to go to the NXT or the NIL or whatever. Get your reps in. And listen, if you're at the stage where they're going, that person, wrestler X, should belong in NXT. Nah, bitch, you want to be known to be like, yeah, let me get on Raw. Let me get on SmackDown, not NXT. And for that, you got to put some reps in. You got to do some hard work. But I'm so like, come on, Britt Baker in the WWE. I'm not interested. I wasn't interested in her in AEW, and the metrics show that. America wasn't interested.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And like the size of the ego, why would you bring that into WWE? And
God only knows.
Like fucking rock the boat when everybody's sort of heading in the same direction. But yeah, her divorcing or splitting up or whatever with Adam Cole was like a fucking death sentence for her in AEW. It has nothing to do with beefing Thunder Rosa and all that. They're still doing that. You know?
Is Britt Baker a queen of spades? You know what I'm talking about. No, you don't know.
Oh my god.
Do we know?
I don't know. Awful.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so here's you son of a bitch. Here's Jay George the movie. He's like an indie wrestler. So I have no idea, but this is like a movie trailer with Jean-Claude Van Damme he put together to
We've been at this for far
to hype himself up for his next match or something.
too long, and I have nothing to show for it. I want to be on spring break this year.
Not on your life.
Not on your life.
Fair enough. But what about the clusterfuck? You have 100 people coming in and out of that thing. Surely you could fit me in somewhere.
No.
Yeah? Well, if anything opens up, I'll be there.
This is awesome. How the fuck did he get Jean-Claude Van Damme to stand in front of a green screen for this?
Feel it coming in the air. There's a scream from everywhere. Only thing that's on my mind.
Gets run this time.
God.
Who's gonna run this town tonight?
Is this Kenny for your thoughts?
Oh my god, dude. Whatever that is, that's why pro wrestling is fucking amazing. Okay? That's all I can say. Here's a molasses and feathers match from 1941. And there's no audio to it.
Awesome. We can fill in the blanks.
Yeah, molasses and feathers. Tony Khan's like, I know, for the AEW World Championship. This Saturday on Thursday Night Collision. Time Cop. Fucking crazy.
Oh my god.
And then Bloodsport just announced we get
That's when I started watching wrestling, actually.
We get Shayna Baszler versus Konami. You old son of a bitch. Shayna Baszler versus Konami has been added to GCW Bloodsport. So there you go. Stardom superstar Konami there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. And we're going to head over. I'm going to check in with chat, and then we're going to get into some like TNA news as well. Just super quickly. We rifled through all that. We're going to get into the juicy stuff, but we're backed up a bit here. Just because, man. Just because it's been a while since we got to some of this. Justin Booth has been a member for 5 months. Triple H's WWE greater than Tony Khan's AEW. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that goes without debate. I mean, Chris McCarty is a new member. Right on, buddy. Good to see you become a member. Devo for 5 says, oh, super chats are welcome. Yes, they are. Or become a member for 99 cents, or just hit the like or hit dislike or punch your computer screen in anger. Just let me know you care, all that YouTube shit. Sky's been a member for 7 months. Thank you so much for your membership. Chris McCarty's for 2 says, Megan is going to pull an Alundra on Tony. What do you mean? Like win his women's title or the TBS title, then take it to the Fed and throw it in the trash, or what? I don't
exactly
see
what he means, Phil.
Do you think? Well, here's the thing, though. It could happen because Tony, we know that he let Mox walk around with the world title without a contract.
Listen, bro, the current AEW champion is wrestling at the main event of WrestleMania this year. Think about that.
Yeah.
That man never lost his championship.
Never did. The real world.
Never.
So Tom Reed for 5 says Missy Beefcake's response to Linda is the best. I didn't see it. Someone tagged me in it, or I might have it bookmarked somewhere else. Miss October 30 for 5 says, hey, chat, check out WWE song Sell My Soul by Nerd Out. WWE lifted their copy strike. Yeah, I just can't play that shit because I don't want to get stricken or whatever, Miss October. But I'm glad to see you survive the tornado. MJG for 5 says, send the bat signal ready to get in the weeds soon as Florida Auburn ends, trying to win enough for the money gauge of a pay-per-view tomorrow. Yeah, bro, I think I sent you a link. You pop in whenever you'd like to. Yeah. And thanks for being here, Ref MJ from NJ. Chris McCarty for 2 says smash or pass. Bastion Booger, Doink, Tony Khan. Well, what do you mean? Like fuck, marry, kill, or smash or pass? You want us to do? I mean, I wouldn't smash any of them. I'd pass on all of them. If you mean fuck, marry, kill, I'd marry Tony Khan because he's got lots of money and we drink White Claws. I'd fuck Doink because he's a clown and it seems like it'd be fun.
You hear this, chat? Phil is gay. I mean, I'm not entertaining this question, my friend.
And then Bastion Booger, I guess I'd kill him because of that outfit he wore. I don't fucking know, dude. The crazy question. Juan Alarcon, I just turned it. He's like smash or pass. I could have just taken the easy out. I turned it to a whole new game.
Really?
Juan Alarcon. Awful's like, I don't know about you, Phil. Thank you, Awful. Finally, someone said about ex-AEW talent, including Baker, about going to WWE. I'm sorry, but they're looking pretty full of talent. Yeah, no, exactly. I've said it too. I don't want to see Baker in WWE. Like that's the one.
They're getting rid of people that just came from AEW. Andrade, he's gone.
He's not gone.
Oh, he's not gone? He'll be going soon.
I think he's supposed to like feud with Phoenix. Yeah, he will be.
This is easy.
He's had such a hard road, man. He finally gets back to WWE, and then Charlotte divorces him.
Well, didn't he cheat on her?
I don't know, bro.
Oh, I don't care either.
Northern DC for 5 says swimmers ear hack. That's worked for me. Equal parts rubbing alcohol, white vinegar. Okay, now that sounds gay. No, I'm just joking. I'm
drinking that right
now. Yeah, it sounds like a cooking class, dude, with Gordon Rand. I don't know. I'll try it out, but I'm on the air, so we'll have to do this another time. But thank you all, man. Wow, thank you all so much for the support. Yes, memberships, super chats are welcome, all of that, and a big fucking acknowledgement to our members. And
acknowledge me.
Okay, so let's head over to TNA News. We're gonna fire through these here, okay? Super quick. So TNA has doubled its subscribers over the past year. Awful, your thoughts?
Great.
TNA Slammiversary, their current setup is for 4,100 people. The tickets distributed 2,500. They are in a building that they're pulling an AEW. It looks like it holds fucking
right.
Yeah,
what's
like
going
way
on
too
there?
many people. I don't know. They got a little too ambitious, I think. But okay, 4,100 for a Slammiversary for TNA. Pretty wild, no?
I guess it's going to look cavernous in there. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, shout out AEW ticks or Wrestle Ticks. I mean,
Yeah, thank you.
So what else do we have? Here's Santina Marella announcing to Steph DeLander and Mance Warner that the International Championship is going to take over the digital media title, and there's going to be a tournament for the belt.
At Unbreakable, we are going to have a tournament, and the winner of this tournament will be declared the first ever in the history of TNA, the TNA International Champion. Now, this tournament is a tribute because back in 2005 at Unbreakable, there was a match, a three-ways match between AJ Styles, Samoa Joe, and Christopher
Samoan Joseph is my favorite.
Daniels for the X Division Championship.
Yeah, and guys, all I gotta say too about Joe, did y'all see his CVV interview? We're gonna get to that, but he'll be back in WWE in fucking no time, man.
Now, that match made the world talk about TNA. So as a tribute to that match, every match in this tournament will be a three-ways match.
Oh, God.
Lazy booking.
Yeah, legit. That's some fucking WWE shit. That's some Triple H shit right there, bro. So here's Lash Legend accidentally hitting Jakara. So the Meta Girls, they joined up in TNA here as well to, throw their hats in the ring for the Knockouts title. And this is really good experience for NXT folks to go to TNA and be able to do this. And I'm a huge fan of the Meta Girls.
Cody threat, hitting anything that moves. Back and forth here.
Oh, God in heaven.
Yeah, I know.
Threat is. Oh! And Legend was going for threat and struck Jackson.
And so people are going to be like, oh, they're breaking up, aren't they? And all that shit. But yeah, I just wanted to show you that. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. Round of applause. Let's get to the juicy stuff. So I want to take everybody's attention to Bleacher Report here is what we use. And I know Alfred Kuna was like, bro, he's coming back on the show very soon too, but he's like, bro, he's like, use fucking my shit. But anyways,
Puff, pass,
you know,
Phil. Jesus Christ.
Sorry guys, we're smoking the Perry Pack over here. It's Saturday. Everybody's got to live a little. No, how's chat doing? I'm gonna check in with chat really quick again. Banjo Flute Gate, absolutely. Can anyone tell me what was with Charlotte and Tiffy? We're about to dive into that. We're about to dive right into that. Joe literally avoided saying he only went to AEW for the money / the schedule. Yeah, he literally said it just fit my schedule. That's all. And yeah, he tried to get the Ring of Honor tapes to WWE. Like he wanted them to buy Ring of Honor as well. And he literally said, you know, basically I signed there because WWE wanted me back again. He's like, but I had to film that fucking show with Anthony Mackie. I'm not going to turn that down. You know, he's like, and this just fit my schedule. So he's like, yeah, I had to do that. So Joe's the man. And yeah, you know, I said it a long time ago. It won't be fucking, I don't think he'll be there too much longer. And he's like, yeah, I'm just happy doing my thing, whatever. And I don't know. I'm not stooging any of his business or anything because I don't know, but can't be much longer, man. Like in 2025, I told y'all there's going to be like an exodus in 2025 from AEW. And we're seeing it this year already. It's like how many people? We're like a few months in, you know, and there's been like
all right,
5, whatever. So there's going to be more this year. And then 2027 is going to be another one like that. So yeah, if Joe's one of them, I don't know, but I'm just saying if he is, goddamn, fingers crossed. I hope so. Because Joe's a guy where it's like plug him into the main roster, you know? It's not like, oh, you go back to NXT, you know? Joe's like, just plug him in, you know? Fucking
see, Joe, if you played your cards right, you could be facing Randy Orton at WrestleMania.
Oh my God. That's what I'm saying. Who do you think it'll be? Well, we'll talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Good transition there from Awful. So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess we'll hit a breaking news. So, SmackDown went down last night, and I thought it was a phenomenal SmackDown. The 3-hour SmackDowns are a little long. This one was just filled with awesomeness. I gotta honestly say, like Ray Phoenix's debut. So I do freestyle reviews here. Awful. I don't fucking, you know what I mean? I don't go like, here's each exact thing. But basically, Punk came out. They're in Chicago. The place absolutely erupts. He spits hot fire. Heyman comes out. He starts explaining his story, doing his storytelling. He spits hot fire. It's awesome. However, it did fall off a little bit near the end because everyone's like, well, just tell us the fucking favor, which the favor was lame. Okay. Not to fast forward, but we get to the reveal later in the night. Roman comes out and yes, we're jumping all over the place. Heyman's out there.
All right.
Rollins is out there instead of Punk, right? Like Roman comes out, no pyro. Heyman's like, oh, my tribal chief, whatever. Rollins comes out when you think Punk comes out again. And gets the big fucking ovation. And then Punk reveals he's like, in the main event of WrestleMania, Heyman is my wise man. Like, he's in my corner. And then Roman's like, you're not going to do that. He starts laughing. He's like, that's it, dude. He's like, he would never do that. And then Heyman's like, no, that's what I'm doing. I have to go with Punk. Like, Punk says he's my best friend, whatever. And Punk is a Heyman guy. So I was like, dude, A, that favor's fucking lame. B, Seth's just standing there after these guys are brawling and nearly taking each other's heads off and all of this shit. You think he just jumped someone from behind. Like, these guys were getting separated by dozens of security the other week or whatever. And then this favor's just like, well, Heyman's in my corner. It's like, okay, So he's in Punk's corner, and then what ultimately happens? He's going to swerve everyone in like a line with Seth or something like that. That's what I think is ultimately going to happen. But that could have happened. Like Heyman would have been out there regardless of whose corner he's in. They could have saved this favor for like down the line. They didn't even need that to make this match more compelling. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Like it really doesn't add shit. And but the key thing they're trying to get across here is like, okay, Heyman is showing like he won't just follow Roman, all that. Like he has to go with Punk for this. He owes him a favor. It is his friend. He finally was like, no, my tribal chief. It's going to put more heat down the line on like Roman versus Punk when we get that match. So I understand why this was like a necessary beat to the story eventually. We all seen this coming. In fact, they've kind of like done this a little bit where Heyman kind of questions Roman, but they never fully did it until now. So obviously this had to happen, but like, did it need to happen before WrestleMania for this to like, I think it was more of a mic drop. And by the way, that's not even my favor. Boom. What's the favor? They get in another brawl when Punk's about to announce it. Like Seth's so mad he jumps. They're all brawling. Punk's like hurt till Mania. We get the match at Mania, the Raw after Mania. He's like, the favor is da-da-da-da. Maybe some shit like that. But maybe they don't see another way of getting to whatever they're getting to next. And I'm trusting the WWE storytelling. That's my review of it. I just was kind of like, that favor's lame as shit. Awful. Your thoughts on the segment, I guess, and the favor and yeah, just the trajectory of this three-way match.
Fuck, did I hate it? Listen, there's nothing there's nothing on the line in this particular match. And if Paul Heyman is akin to the fucking championship belt, then I don't want to see the match. I've already thought that this match was already like on the I could wait for something else. There's a couple more matches that I'm more interested in than this one, but it needed to have more weight just to have Paul Heyman in your corner. Now, once you have Paul Heyman in your corner at WrestleMania, after that, then what? It's just like, do you go after a championship? Do you finagle Paul Heyman to get you a match against Cody Rhodes? Because that's the only thing that I can see being a value for Paul Heyman to be in CM Punk's corner, but not at WrestleMania. Maybe at a championship shot against Cody or Gunther, or possibly Jey Uso at the time. But yeah, it didn't go anywhere. But see, the Chicago crowd made it feel like it was a big deal, and so everybody got swept up in the moment. But me, looking at it 24 hours later, yeah, no.
I wasn't the biggest fan. I gotta be honest, but like their everyone's promos and their selling and the facials and Heyman and everybody's like, they all know what they're doing. They're all, cream of the crop. So I'm not knocking any of these fucking guys. It's just that beat to the story. I just don't feel like it had to be now. That could have been set up. Oh shit, for SummerSlam or whatever, right? Like something crazy. I don't know, but either way, because this already had the heat of them. Just these guys all hate each other. Punk fathered these guys as far as getting them in the Raw. Like that was all enough. The favor was like, oh, and that's still not the favor. To me, that was more compelling than, oh, Heyman's just out there anyways. Oh, he's in Punk's corner doing what? Yelling? Is he going to mace Roman like he did for Brock?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the juice for having Paul Heyman in your corner? He doesn't touch anybody. He doesn't, interfere in anything. He's no Bobby Heenan by a long shot. So what are we doing here?
So what are we doing here, B, as Brendan Schaub would say? So Rey Fenix makes his debut. His merch is on point, just like Penta's. Like it looks the exact same. I thought they'd just call him Phoenix, but regardless, it's fucking awesome. And his debut, he comes out. They give him the big, huge entrance. He's super emotional after the win. They give him a great opponent in Nathan Frazier, although Nathan Frazier fucking botched on that dive outside the ring. His like knee pad caught the rope a bit, and he like almost didn't make the dive. And then Rey Fenix caught him, but landed like Ugly. Is that a UG?
Yes, with 3 syllables. Yeah.
Yeah, on his knee and ankle, kind of. But Ray Phoenix is a bit of a reckless guy, and damn, it was so. I rewound and watched the shit like 3 times because him hitting some of his moves, like where he does the wheel kick off the fucking. Where he flies into the ropes and then he like does the wheel kick or whatever. Like it's just him hitting that shit in WWE. I was like, oh fuck. I was just like, dude, this is it. I always said, if you guys go back, I always said, like on my old Twitter before I ever had a podcast, even on Pro Wrestle Times, I said, man, Ray Phoenix could be AEW's Rey Mysterio if they just booked this guy right and marketed him right. Like he has size, plus his gear looks cool, plus he can fly around, and he has there's like an elegance to him, but he's also like destructive in a way. I can't explain it. Like when he does a suicide dive and he goes flying over the guardrail and shit, because he's going so intense, like Benoit style. He's just flying. Like it's reckless, but it's like controlled. But he has like the grace when he's doing the flips and walking the ropes and all that shit. And it's like, yeah, Commander's cool, but you have Ray Phoenix. Hey, Tony Khan, you want someone to do a fucking rope walk shooting star press? You have Ray Phoenix. Just ask him to do it. You know what I mean? He'll fucking do it every time. Like, what do you a rope walk spaceman plancha? Why don't you just tell Ray you're already paying him? He's the AEW. He's one of the Lucha Bros. Like, the fuck, man? So it's wild that he's here in WWE. I couldn't get over it. His entrance is cool as shit. Now, his debut wasn't as good as Penta's because, and I'm not shitting on Nathan Frazier because he's really good, but it was because Frazier fucked up a little bit there.
Oh, stop it, Phil. Stop it. Stop it.
It took them like a second to get it back after Frazier, and it was out of his control, but he fucked up that dive. So it was like, damn, after that, it took them a second to like get it back together. And then Phoenix, I thought he had a great debut, and then his promo wasn't quite as good as Penta's either. And like, he's not as cool when he's walking to the ring and shit. And, but his maneuvers.
But Phil, stop right there. You're going to blame Nathan Frazier for yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
For the tepid reactions of Ray Phoenix. Here's the thing, my friend. 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, they introduced Penta with big fanfare and a lot of hoopla. It's because Penta looks completely different than anything else you got going on in wrestling. And Penta came with some cachet. He came from AEW, so they recognized him there, and they recognized him here. Phoenix, on the other hand,
they gave him Gable.
Okay, if they would have given Phoenix Gable, it would have been the same. It would have been no. It would
Gable
not
have did that shit, dude. He wouldn't have died. He wouldn't have did that dive. Like, why are you diving?
The dive happened, Phil. The dive happened after.
Nathan Frazier is fucking there as a guy to get Ray over. Why is he diving on Ray? No one gives a fuck. You're the NXT tag champ.
Nobody gave a fuck when Ray Phoenix strolled out there. It was like, hey, it's a debut. I need everyone to go back and listen to that crowd. Yeah. It was just like, hey, we know you, we appreciate you, but after
it
that,
wasn't okay. Right. But listen,
he looks
Chicago.
Like Commander. He looks like every other luchador.
No, but hold on a sec. He is more generic, but listen, you have to understand too, placing like Penta, if they debuted Ray Phoenix in LA like they did Penta, like in front of his family and his hometown crowd and shit. Okay, they didn't do that. They brought him out to Chicago because AEW,
which is just as smart of a crowd,
to the fucking ground. I know, but AEW ran Chicago to the ground, and that's Ray Phoenix has wrestled there a babillion fucking times. You know what I mean? So, so to me, it's like, and then with Frazier diving on Phoenix, it was like, what the fuck? I just thought that was just like, why did he need to even do that? He did all the flips with him and matched him in the ring for a minute. Like, he didn't need to do all that and get his shit in, I feel like. So I am putting that on Frazier for the match. But then the promo was good as well, but it wasn't as good as Phoenix's either, if you're stacking them up. But Penta, like, Ray's always been more of the wrestler when Penta's always been more of like the character guy. Anyways, so that was expected on my.
They've really got to give, whether they're playing Chicago, LA, or Iowa, they've really got to hype up Phoenix a little bit better than they did. They didn't even put really a connection with him and Penta aside from the fact that there was the similar entrance and the similar, walk down the aisle and all that. Other than that, I don't think people responded to him because his entrance was cool. As soon as the bell rang, I didn't really hear that like excitement. Whether Nathan Frazier or any other opponent was in the ring with him,
Yeah.
I just didn't see it because you know why? They already saw it with Penta. Fans are smart, especially Chicago fans, but it's just like,
that's why. But they were chanting like "Let's go!" I think you need to rewatch because there was chants for him throughout the match, and I know it's just like people getting their guy over, but they know Phoenix, and I just think like you're comparing it to Penta's debut, which is like, dude, lightning.
We're all
strike
going
twice.
to do that. It's
what
just
are the odds of the
commonplace.
lightning striking twice like that, though? Right? Like you got to know Phoenix. I didn't think Phoenix was going to make as big of a wave as fucking Penta did. I kind of went into it knowing that.
I think Phoenix.
Go ahead.
I think Phoenix should have went in storyline, if that makes any sense. Like he just debuted. He was he's not involved in anything. In fact, all the way up to the point that he left the ring, you never really got the connection that he has with Penta. But see, Penta's not really in any sort of like storyline as it is right now. I could be lying. I haven't watched the show.
He's in the mix with the IC, but
gotcha.
Yeah. But either way, though, I rate this one. So if I were to rate Penta's debut an A+, or like an A, I gave it like an A at least. This one I would say is like a B. This is like a B for me. It wasn't like the
C+
greatest,
for
B-.
me.
Yeah, B+. There you go. So to me,
C+
it wasn't
for
like
me.
C+. Sorry, I thought you said
Yeah.
B+. Because it's like if you compare it to even like when Rey Mysterio debuted on SmackDown against Chavo, like that shit. Like I was marking out so hard for that. Even I remember that like it was yesterday, and like I've rewatched it in the years since. Like I was a kid when that happened. So this even like if you compare it to that, it's like it wasn't quite that, and that was like an A+ debut, I'd say. So and Penta was about around there. So if we're gonna compare luchas, but yeah, I don't know. I do put a bit of the match on Frazier because it was like what the fuck. And even when I saw that was his opponent, I was like, why him? Why? There's no reason. Like you have Andrade, you have all these other guys that you could pull from. And if you're going to take one of the NXT tag, and I get it because Frazier can have that type of match, but I don't know what they thought. Like Rey Fenix again, like his brother, he just kind of slowed it down and he didn't just like do every move that he knows. But yeah, it is what it is. LA Knight took on Tama Tonga. And basically what it's narrowed down to after the last man standing match between Jacob and Braun Strowman is we get Jacob versus LA Knight at WrestleMania for the U.S. title. You got to think either Solo spikes Jacob and costs him the match, or Jacob beats LA Knight, and then that U.S. title makes Jacob be like, well, I got gold and you don't, and then him and Solo break up. People thought that match was happening at Mania. Clearly, they're going to milk that for a while longer, which is the right move because I truly believe like Hikuleo and that other Lance and Hawaii who are in NXT, but they're just not on TV. I think they're just hiding them like they did Braun Strowman, and they're just going to like appear, and there's going to be like it's going to be like Solo and his two guys versus the Tongans and fucking Jacob. That's what my prediction is. But did you watch The Last Man Standing? What do you make of LA Knight versus Jacob Fatu for the U.S. title? Are you a fan? Are you excited?
They got to get that belt off of LA Knight and put it on Jacob.
Yep.
That's all I got for that.
Yeah,
people would like to think that I'm an E-Fed drone or whatever the hell that is. But dude, I barely watch. I watch the clips. I just so happened to get lucky last night and watch most of the show. But that was one I fast forwarded through. Was it good? I heard it was all right.
Yeah. I love Jacob, and LA Knight doesn't need the title. So whether he has it or doesn't, I don't care.
Right.
Now, unless they smash him into Obliviacree, like unless they just beat him over and over and over again.
Master need to Obliviacree.
Then I don't care. He can take losses. He can take W's. Like LA Knight's
Was that
just
Shane
over.
Douglas?
Yeah, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Smash your knee to Obliviacree. Speed up T, bro. Oh, we had Motor City versus DIY. I could give a fuck less about any of that. And I'm a Motor City fan, but DIY I just could not give a shit about. BFAB really fucking impressed me, and Naomi did as well. God damn, Naomi's been doing great work. We're going to cover it in WWE News here after this review. And B-Fab played her role, and she's getting better like every time in the ring, right? And she played her role for this match perfectly. Jade is doing her thing, man. Just have her come out and not talk a lot and just attack and be a big vicious. I feel like Jade would make a better heel, but Naomi's really winning me over. And then, yeah, we talked about Fatu and that, and then the favor. So that was SmackDown. Overall, though, I was thoroughly sports entertained. And I know I was, dude. And even though the Motor City match, I was like, I couldn't give a fuck. It was just a fine TV match. Like, you get why this is a lot of people, you know, it used to be the Divas match. It was all piss break. It's like, you know, that's where you get up, make a sandwich, or you fucking take a piss, or you know what I mean? Whatever during this tag match. It is what it, you know, it's perfectly fine. It's a television show that's on for 3 hours. What are you going to fucking, can't complain about all that. So yeah, that was our review. Now let's get into news. Okay. I'm going to check in with chat. We're going to get into news because we didn't talk about Tiffy and Charlotte. Now, that is the main. I just want to carry it into the news because it's a big fucking part of it. So Tiffany and Charlotte, though, they have this back and forth. Now I have the whole promo. Awful. It's up to you as my guest. Should we play it and react to the audio of it, like fucking bar for bar, and see?
Sure.
And
I'm sure the chat would love that.
Yeah, let's do that. I can't show it on screen, or like, okay, WWE's iffy. You guys can see, I'm sure, the Dave Meltzer funny face thing I got going here on the screen. If you guys are watching, if you're just listening, I don't know. I'm just trying something new, and that might help actually with some of it. So we can test it out. But if I have to clip our reaction to this out, Patreon, okay? Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. I will upload this Tiffy Charlotte 100% because the segment's too juicy not to. So, yeah, check me out on Patreon for sure. If we're unable to get through this segment without WWE being like, "You're fired," right? So, yeah, that was our SmackDown review. So we head over to Phil Marks bookmarks, and let's check in with Chad. Then we're gonna get into this here. Awful. So High Life became a new member, and High Life's also a member for 3 months. Thank you. So I think you became a member on the other channels, so that's awesome. Pro Wrestle Times, we're live over there too. That's the long form channel, the replay, that's where I upload all the replays or whatever. So subscribe over there if you'd like to, allegedly, even if you don't watch the fucking videos. Thank you guys very much. Moose Knuckles saying, "Hey, Phil, what's up, dude?" George Capture, yeah, get 8 more likes in there or else Jericho's going to do a run-in, unless you guys want Jericho to do a run-in. No Moose, Naomi in her evil P. Diddy mode. I don't know about that. Chris McCarty, Alexander Hammerstone will debut at WrestleMania and cost Fatu the title. Those two with WWE Creative could have. Yeah, but that's like going to Mark, bro. You can't. They're not going to be like, here's an MLW feud. Silver Tower is a member for 10 months. Amazing. Fucking amazing. You members are goated. And then do whatever you do on Twitch. I don't know what that's all about. Just get followers and subscribe or like or whatever over. I don't know how it works over on Twitch. So
engage that farm, people.
Yes. Thank you. And we're going to game out over there. I'm going to do my whole My Rise mode or whatever over there. So, and universe mode and our GM mode and all that shit. Are you sure about that? I am, right? Just whenever I have time to game, right? It's few and far between, but I will pop on, and I promise. So Ray Phoenix versus Orton for Mania. How would you like that? Awful. They put Ray Phoenix in there against Orton.
Why not?
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Amazing. We got to 100 likes. People really didn't want Jericho. Okay, guys. So we will hit our breaking news again. Okay. It's great. So what had happened, the segment that we glossed over in the SmackDown review, which you guys can go and listen to that on the live show, and I'm just reiterating that for clip purposes. Selling the game, Phil. And so Tiffany and Charlotte, they go face-to-face in this promo battle. Now, the last time they had a promo battle, it was like in one of those Seth Rollins, Matt Riddle, screen-to-screen, ESPN, UFC style, which they stole from John Jones, Daniel Cormier, or Nate Diaz, Conor McGregor. Infamous. Those are some infamous ones. And so WWE did that with Rollins, Riddle. They've tried it a couple more times. It seems to work. Charlotte and Tiffy go side by side, and, you know, Charlotte really fucking buried Tiffany. And even when I reviewed SmackDown on that live show the following Saturday, I was like, damn, I wonder if Charlotte kind of went in business a little first. Because why would you do that to your women's champ? And also, Charlotte's known for doing that during people's promos, cutting people off, stepping on people's shit. She's known for going off script. She's known for getting in literal shoot fights in the ring. If people with Nia Jax, you know, who's her friend, like if people want to, she will shoot with them. You know, it's not like she's afraid. She's a good athlete and shit. And so not only that, but I want to bring something. I don't know if anybody's talking about this. These ladies are wearing like the same fucking outfit. Now, women are too calculate. Ladies, if you're in the chat, let me know. But women are fucking
both of them.
They'll go to the next level, dude. Like, right? Like, I wonder if Tiffy also saw Charlotte's outfit like from Instagram or just something from being in the know and then wore the same shit. Because explain it, awful. When does Tiffy ever wear black like that? Black lace and shit. She doesn't wear that, dude. She wears pink. She wears more vibrant colors. She does wear like very like revealing.
Why is this not the other way around, Phil? Why is it not that
because
Charlotte took a look at Tiffany Stratton's little outfit and was just like, I got something in the bag for that. Yeah, please.
I'll tell you why. Because Tiffy went full-blown nuclear, fucking hit the red button, the nuclear code. She dropped the nuclear bomb on Charlotte. She even powdered out. She bailed out like a pussy-ass heel would do at the end of the promo because Charlotte will fight you. She'll fight you, bro. That's the thing. So it's like, what I think now I'm making this all up as far as like this is a complete
you certainly the fuck are
fantasy Phil Marks here, okay? I think because women are so calculated and cerebral like that, I think this starts with Tiffy wearing an outfit that's not for her. They show up wearing the same shit. She wore the same outfit as me, you know? Like, what are the fucking odds of that? Tiffy shows up wearing it way better, might I add. Not to knock Charlotte, but I'm just saying, like, damn, you know, wearing the same type shit. She never wears black or dark colors like that. She comes out, and I know I'm hung up on that, and I'm reiterating it, but you guys, think about women are too fucking smart for this shit.
Think about it.
You mean to tell me like Tiffy didn't have her gear in her bag and went, shit, we look the same too, and people say that I'm trying to be you and all this shit? Nah, dude. She went out there, looked better in a similar outfit, and then fucking clowned her on the mic. Now, I think possibly maybe that last promo we were onto something, or this is just like a brilliant fucking work from Triple H where they're like, dude, we're gonna work a shoot here, like, you guys want to do it? But I just don't think Charlotte could act that well with the crowd booing her and her really getting flustered. And then like where she approached Tiffy and like Bennett legit jumped between them, you know, like that's not what you do in wrestling. You stand back and let them do their fucking thing. And the way Charlotte was stepping on Tiffy's lines, it was way too, and like the way she stepped on the shit line, you know, Tiffy was going to do that. And it seemed like Tiffy rehearsed her shit in front of a mirror. And she probably did because she's probably stewing in her head after Charlotte. No, dude, think about it. Because if Charlotte went crazy on her the show before and just sort of went off script and started burying her, and everyone was like, damn, that made Tiffy look bad. That's your women's world champion. Why would you do that going into Mania? You want her to look more credible. Everyone thinks that like she doesn't hold a candle to Charlotte, or like Charlotte, you know, she's like the new Charlotte is the comparisons people make, right? So Tiffy now this week is like, I'm going to upstage her in every fucking way. Don't you think that that's a possibility? And then that's what, because why'd she bail out at the end too? Are they just like, hey, we're going to take a shit on Tiffy and make her look like a fucking coward who can't stick up for herself? Or like, it seems like a
You done, Phil? You done?
Okay. Yeah, I'm done. Hold on. No, wait, I'm not done. Hold on.
No, keep going.
Now I'm done. You go.
I love it. Listen.
You fucking mark!
Yeah, boy, oh boy in heaven. You sound just like my wife right after the Housewives marathons are over. Because this is exactly what it is. With Bianca and Jade and Naomi, we're looking at the Housewives of Atlanta. And with Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair, we're looking at the Housewives of Orange County or the Potomac or whatever the hell. This is scripted from the top to the bottom. And if no one can see it, now you will, because hopefully Phil will hit that play button and we'll go through it point by point, just like Phil said, to see that this is all a work. Yeah, and you said it earlier because you exhausted a lot of words in saying that Triple H is making this a work. Yeah, because they showed up at the arena at 12:30.
Yeah.
Triple H was just like, hey, we got to heat this thing up. It's not looking as good as Naomi, Bianca, and Jade, at least on the heat scale. We got to heat you guys up. What do you guys say? You guys are doing some lightweight shooting on each other. Sure, I'm with it. Anything to make money. There's a great line. Well, actually, Don Wayne from Squared Circle Podcast, Maniacs, has been using it. He says, personal issues draw money.
Right.
And these two people, these two ladies, shook their hands in the afternoon and, shoot worked on each other and got the entire IWC in a tizzy. The fact that even one person thinks that this is some sort of shoot that wasn't rehearsed and Tiffany rolled out the ring. No, all by design. Okay? All by design. I'm not falling for it.
And that's exactly why you tune in to PWT. No, but for real, dude, I'm just selling the game awful. Like, that's the shoot work of it all, man. And that's what I'm saying. This could
Let
be
those two broads sell the game.
Yes,
you
man.
You find you find the honesty in it. And if you're being honest with it, that was a work. Good Lord.
The fact that they have people questioning it is just so money. And that's what you love to see going into Mania.
Exactly.
Now, all of a sudden, people are like, I've seen some people who are like, I have no, Conrad's like, oh, come on now. I'm not impressed, Tiffany.
Right.
He tweeted that out. We'll get to that. But here's the thing, man. The fact that people think that they could go in there in the ring at Mania and get in a real fight with each other, they just sold the game. And that's what I was doing, bro. That's what I was doing.
They probably talked a few. They probably talked a few people into the seats at WrestleMania. But as far as like, oh my God, they shut on each other. I hate that line. I hate that narrative. It's not true. Anybody who's watched wrestling for over 10 years would know that. I hate to throw a wet blanket on your little segment, but hey, it's true.
No. Here's the thing, though, bro. Charlotte has fought Nia Jax in the ring. They got in a fucking hair-pulling slap fight before. Could that not happen in this situation? Like, that's if you're an Uber Mark, if you're a sicko, right? If you're a wacko, you're piecing it. It's all the subliminals, them in the same outfits, and then that's the shit where it's gonna make people think it's a shoot, and I fucking love that. And it's just they're selling the game. Now, whether they do, we'll see. We'll watch the match, and do they go fucking Rick Steiner on each other, or all fucking Perry Saturn on each other? I don't know. We'll see. But I doubt that'll happen because it's the biggest payday of their lives, and they're not going to risk like their jobs and shit like that. These women are professionals. You know what I mean? But I will say, I think where the work shoot and the reason everybody is worked by it is because I don't think they like rehearsed exactly what they were going to say to each other, because then it feels more real. Like you're reacting live. It's like when Cena called out The Rock for having like the lines on his fucking hand. And then that's when the shit really picked up. You know what I mean? So
I guess, yeah. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to make mention about the lines or the ad libs that were bandied about, trust me, they were approved. Even the last line that Charlotte threw out there, like, why is Kaiser in my DMs or some shit?
Yeah, 100% the shit. 100% the shit was approved. 100%. Because Tiffy was gonna say shit, but then Charlotte stepped on it. So that's that part. I was like, damn, are they going off the rails? I do think for a shoot though, Charlotte got a little flustered because I just think they were like, hey, no script. But I think Tiffy's like, well, no, maybe you're right though. They had,
Dude, I know I'm right. I know I'm
Tiffy
right.
felt super fucking rehearsed though. Like she was sitting there rehearsing those lines before that shit. 'Cause she was trying to get through them all, and that's where she fucked up. The like, you're not the queen, or like outside of the ring, you're not the, and she like stumbled on her words a bit too, because that's all rehearsed bullshit, you guys. So
Sure.
let's go through it line by line. But
Please.
yeah, we're selling the game here. You're blowing up my spot here, Awful. No, you're not. Here we go. Like, what do I, but here's what fucked me up when she's like, what do I have to say for you to, or like, what can I say to you guys or whatever for you to not boo? It was like she was pleading with the audience, and it's like, you don't plead with the audience, bro. You tell them what to do, you know?
Hold on, Phil, is Charlotte a fucking pro or is she not a pro?
She's a pro. She's a super
okay,
pro.
then that what you just described
Yeah.
was a fucking work.
Right.
Game.
Hey, I'm with you, Awful. I'm with you.
And this right here is how you gauge the reaction of an audience. You have somebody like Wade Barrett announce people. They were both announced coming down to the ring. Now they're in the ring, and now we're really going to get a trial balloon of what the audience's reaction is. This is such a beautiful way of making the crowd do the things you want. Go on.
But Awful, hold on a second. Because remember when Charlotte like threw the belts down on Becky and shit?
This is not that night. This is not that night, Phil. But go on.
She will just do her own thing. She doesn't give a fuck, man. That's what part of this makes me think that Tiffy wanted to like one up her. Because if they approve Tiffy saying, "Oh shit," on TV, then fucking they wouldn't have let Charlotte step on that. What a waste of a shit. They're not marks. You know, she wouldn't have stepped on that, bro. I think some of this is bleeding because Charlotte will go off the cuff, bro. She got in a fight with fucking Nia. You know, like I just don't. I think some of it is obviously they're going to be pros and work at Mania, guys. Okay, they're not going to take liberties and I'm going to mass transit her. Like it's not going to be that, but they're pros. But at the end of the day, like Charlotte will go off script. She's known for doing that shit, bro, and like being petty, dropping the titles and being like, "Are we fighting with Nia on Raw?" You don't think this could be something like that, or does that all work too?
That stuff back there was during the Vince era, by the way.
Okay.
You hear what I'm saying?
That one so we can get
yeah,
to it.
2 + 2 = 4, my friend.
You're right. No, you're right.
Scripted or was a throwaway line or an ad lib.
It was scripted. It was. That's a line where like Charlotte is like, okay. I mean, that's obviously you're gonna say some shit like that, but I don't know if either of them like rehearsed exactly what they were going to say. I think that might be how they made it feel so awkward because there is the tension there. And how do you create that? You don't do it by writing a script. You go out there, you say, okay, you guys like don't plan what you're going to say, you know, but you guys are going to do this and then this and then this. But then why do you have Tiffy bail out like a cowardly heel though? That's what I don't get either. Because you're sitting there laughing, but it's like, are we just fucking throwing heels and baby faces out the window? Like, are we pulling this is 2025 and that shit doesn't matter?
In this match, yes, because Triple H knows what the audience feels about Charlotte, which is why Triple H gave or approved the line that Tiffany Stratton just said. See, your biggest battle, your biggest opponent isn't with me. It's with these fans.
Right.
Come on now.
Right. So listen, so that would be playing to the fans. Powdering out and running away like a heel would be like, well, that's not playing to the fans. So it's like, which is it? What part was the
You're really going to hang your hat on the fact that she rolled out right after she said what she said.
Bro, listen, man. It's Mania season, bro. These are the questions that gotta be. What's a Sherry Shepherd like that, dude? What are you?
Yeah, because 4 people in the audience. Because 4 people in the audience know about it. Notice how she didn't say Sherry Shepherd or whatever the hell her name is. Nobody
that the
knows.
Show went on? It was Sherry
I don't
Shepherd,
know. I have no idea. But that's what I'm saying. Neither do 98% of the people in that audience, know about it.
Charlotte.
Come on, brother. Oh, come on now. Awful. That's crossing the line to sit there and bring up Ric Flair. He's my daddy too. Or actually he's not, or maybe he kind of is. But oh, come on. I'm here for it. Chat me up, Awful, about how that makes you feel. And if you're here for it.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Stop it right there, my friend. And I think anybody who just watched what we just watched, anybody in the chat,
Right.
would see that that was a rehearsed little spot. She thought that she was going to get the Dominic Mysterio treatment, and she actually had to stop because the crowd was tepid during her response to what Tiffany Stratton just said. I'm tired of saying Tiffany Stratton. I'm going to say TS from here on out.
Sure, or just Tiffy.
Tiffy, yeah.
Do you think you're the first opponent?
Now she's got him.
Chicago.
Yeah, you're right. That feels very much like she's leaning into the Chicago. What was that? What? It's Hulk Hogan doing his ear. She might as well do the Hulk Hogan. What was that to her ear? You know, what was that?
She
Brother?
did it on her re-debut.
Yeah.
You know, everybody was just like, she knows what she's doing. She's a goddamn pro.
Yeah. She's in the pocket. She knows what to do. She's riding the wave. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, bro. We got to sell the game, though. It's Mania season, bro. What are you talking
Understood. Now, I will give you this, though. I will give you this.
Yeah.
Not that we need to sell this goddamn card.
Yeah, no,
but I will give you this.
You got me, brother.
Charlotte may be doing the let them wait type of thing so that maybe Tiffany, when it's her chance on the mic, will get a little flustered. Obviously, Tiff did not fall for that, but it's just like she slowed everything down to a halt, let the crowd take over, does her, fourth wall bullshit, and hoping maybe that Tiffany fucks up when she's around, when she's on the mic.
Fucking love it. I love this segment, by the way. I don't care. People are like, it was messy. I don't give a fuck. It just made me so much more interested in this match beyond pardon me. Beyond
bless you. Well, because you got swept up. You got swept up.
Excuse me, another one, dude. They always come in twos. Like when Tiffy dove off the stage and did the pretty swanton on her and the 10 million security. I'm like, what is this, Jacob Fatu and Bronson Reed? Like, I don't need this shit. That's not how you build these ladies up. This is how you do it right here. Real Housewives of
exactly.
of Beverly Hills or whatever. So awful called it. But yeah, I think even when Conrad's like, oh, come on now, I'm not very impressed. We're gonna get to all that. But yeah, dude, they're working the shoot, brother. He powders out at the end, bro. That was wrong. Whoever called, then if that part was a work, that's wrong, bro. You can't do that. They have to mutually part ways, or Bennett fucking kind of gets in between them and pushes them both back and is like, okay, you both go out your ways or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
But Phil, have you ever considered maybe they were short on time because Charlotte just did allow the crowd to
you're right.
take over? I mean, we got to get out of the ring. We got to get to commercial. Yeah, really.
Right. And SmackDown's
Wade Barrett gave her the Iggy.
You're right.
And she rolled.
Yeah.
Sorry for being right.
Doesn't matter if you win 100.
No, you're just pulling the curtain way back, bro. You're shattering the fucking illusion of Conrad Thompson right now. It's not fair. It's not very fair. Offs made it feel like a shoot. He knew. See, and people were like, yeah, because Charlotte, someone tweeted that out, and it got thousands of fucking likes. Oh, Charlotte's known for getting in fights. She'll get, so that line was about Reed. Obviously, that was a shot at Reed Flair. No, that's a shot at Charlotte infamously saying, when I was 25, I was just drinking in my dad's basement, not doing nothing with my life. So that is what that's now. Yes, her drinking with her brother, and then he went out, whatever. But that's a whole separate thing. She didn't bring up Reed or anything like that. Outside, I'm like, yeah, this is rehearsed. When I was watching it, I was like, there's no way Tiffy didn't rehearse each one of these bars and probably have them written for her.
You can tell because she's looking up at the bleacher seats every time she pauses.
Yeah, it's it's a recital. So, yeah, I think you're right. It was just Charlotte doing a masterclass. But yeah, it's definitely, this thing has picked up, man. I cannot wait for their match at Mania. And here's the thing: we know Tiffy delivers, and we know Charlotte always delivers, especially at Mania. It doesn't matter. You can put her in there with that Prime bottle behind fucking, at the Prime hydration station, and fucking Charlotte would have a good match with it. So
You ain't the queen
All right,
of
slow it
shit.
down, Phil.
here she goes. You ain't the queen of shit.
You ain't the queen of shit.
And like the crowd didn't hear it because Charlotte was like stepping on that.
Right.
So it seemed like a botch. Just probably a botch.
I wouldn't say a botch. This is Charlotte going into her Bella twins when AJ Lee is talking mode. You know, you're right. She's trying to step on it. Tiffany is not flustered. Charlotte is not flustered, but Charlotte's trying to work Tiffany into like frustration. It didn't work. I think that's the only thing that's a shoot was that Charlotte was trying to, rattle the little girl, but it didn't work.
Is WWE, did they just go hard? Sorry about that. Yeah, I did. Fuck, we can't. Okay, we gotta fucking it's almost done too. Here, we'll just play the audio. I'll scroll down and continue with just the audio. Sorry, Fed, we're selling the game. Awful's not, but I'm selling the game here. The matching outfits. Hello.
Well, that's because I didn't get my check yet, Phil.
Come on. Yeah, dude. My WWE Shop affiliate link is down below in the description. Okay. Get you some get your Ray Phoenix mask and click that thing. But sorry guys, we're pausing it. WWE, we love you. We're trying to make this shit transformative. AEW claps me too. Listen, man, we won't show anything on screen. We're just gonna play audio.
Gotcha.
Got it. No, they did it again. Okay, guys, that was the Charlotte thing. We broke it down. We're done with that. We can't. There was like a minute left. Listen, I'm not trying to get stream sniped here. Because yeah, I didn't that's my bad. Phil Marks, we coming for you. Sorry, guys. We risk it for the biscuit here at PWT. I really thought that we could because we paused it a lot, and that's the name of the game. But WWE's strict with it. Respect. We're good here. We're not trying to boost anything. We blocked off the screen, but we did go long on it. They're like, hey, boys, they gave us the go home. Triple H is like, hey, boys, wrap it up here. We're fucking Awful's pulling the curtain back too far. You know what I'm saying? For real, dude.
Sorry. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I was so tired of reading the same take on it. Was just like, oh my God, it was so controversial. It was such a shoot. And I'm like, there isn't one person in social media land that is going to really like tell us what this is. These women get paid millions of dollars. Okay. There is no way they're going into business with this new regime. Okay. Maybe back then when Vince was playing around with the toys and, pitting them against one another, but Triple H, he's still trying to find his way. So he's not really looking for having that type of extracurricular heat on a segment that, he's invested way too much time in.
Right. No, I agree. And yeah, guys, I'm just giving everybody a second to sort of come back, and we're not gonna play any more Smack. I apologize, listen, we were fucking but that was a great segment, ladies and gentlemen. So round of applause. That was our review, I guess, overall of SmackDown, and that was our breakdown of this whole situation and if it was a work or a shoot. The truth is out there, and round of applause, WWE, ladies and gentlemen.
One of your listeners in the chat said, explain the end, please.
So the end, yeah, I would like to. So Awful, I already said my part. The powdering out was a problem. Awful, your thoughts on the powdering out part, like how she just took off real quick.
Oh, I told you. Time got cut. They had to go to another segment or whatever. Now, I can't say that for sure because I saw the damn thing on YouTube. But as far as like watching it live, the rollout meant absolutely nothing to me. I didn't put any sort of like, any weight into that. But as far as like the whole like, oh my God, it was a shoot. Nah, you bitches just got worked. Sorry.
Oh,
They
come
did
on
their
now, Austin,
job.
that's not very
Well,
fair.
you're
now.
not a
They might
bitch,
shoot
but-
on each other at WrestleMania now, Eric.
I know, and that's
not
what
very
everybody's hoping for until we see picture perfect rehearsed moves. You know what I mean? That the day of the
She
event,
puts in the
and all
figure
this
eight and-
talk about, all this talk about shooting and all that will be out the window. It'll be forgotten about.
Okay, so moving along with WWE news, let's check in with chat. Silver Tower's a new member. Let's go. Miss October 30's a new member. King Dingaling's a new member. Holy shit, man. You guys are amazing. Miss October 30 for 5 says, I'm heading to bed. I start my EFDA program tomorrow at 9 a.m. Love you guys. Good night. Love you too, and thanks for being here, and good luck and Godspeed on that. I thought you just finished something. Some like crazy thing. Now you're doing another thing. Goddamn. Good luck.
Oh,
on
Nurse,
all
it
of
never
that.
stops.
Good rest. Yes, dude. Ain't gonna keep telling you that we won't stop. Keep going. Keep doing your thing. And onward and upwards. We have some articles and stuff here. This is the real WWE news segment, and Trips. HBK, whoever's watching, Nick Khan, we aren't gonna play no more clips, okay? No more Smackdown, all right? You trust me. So from WWE Deutschland, Penta,
I'm a longtime wrestling fan. I started
gives
watching
his answer. If they talk about his dream being a mask versus mask match with Rey Fenix. And he gives comments on his brother finally coming to WWE.
Yes. Rey Mysterio, Dragon Lee against your brother.
That's this guy's feed cutting out too. I don't know.
This is my dream match. Penta versus Phoenix, mask versus mask.
So he wants Penta Phoenix mask versus match, probably at a WrestleMania. Book it, pal. We'll do it in Saudi. No.
How about SummerSlam?
Yeah, that would be or fucking next Mania. You do it at a Mania, bro. When are they in California? California.
Not for a while.
Super cool to the luchas. California. No. So WWE star Kiana James documents her road to recovery after suffering an injury last year.
No one's coming. No one. No one's coming to push you. No one's coming to tell you to turn the TV off. No one's coming to tell you to get out the door and exercise. Nobody's coming to write the business plan for you. It's up to you. Unless you understand that you've got to parent yourself, you got to push yourself. You're not going to make your dreams come true. You're just not. We're not wired that way. You weren't born that way. You weren't that way when you were growing up, and you're certainly not that way as an adult. No one's coming.
Oh, sorry, guys. I zoned out and was about to pop a Molly listening to that beat there. Here's Pardon My Take. Okay. And they are talking with Cody Rhodes, who says Stone Cold Steve Austin used to babysit him as a kid back in the WCW days. And then they're saying he's got to help him at WrestleMania.
Stone Cold or The Rock?
Oh,
important question.
So I was, in the moment, I was Stone Cold.
Okay.
And in the moment, I was Stone Cold because stunning Steve Austin
Yes.
from WCW was on occasion my babysitter.
Oh,
on occasion.
That's pretty bad.
At Center Stage in Atlanta. And he was the nicest guy about it ever because he didn't really do a lot of babysitting as much as he'd sit me in the locker room and be like, hey, you want a soda?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, Steve. All right, stay here, though. Don't go anywhere. My match is next, and then I'll be back. It was really basic. Just keep an eye because my dad was running the show at the time.
Goddamn, kid, you want a beer? Oh, you're too young? What? I'll get you a soda. You want a Pepsi? What? Dr. Pepper? What? Mountain Dew? What? Mellow Yellow? What? You want Pepsi? What? Diet Pepsi? Sorry, go ahead.
You done?
Yes.
Okay. This was Steve trying to practice out fatherhood because didn't he have children at the time that he wasn't able to see or couldn't see because of being on the road?
Damn, man. Now you're really talking conspiracies. Now who's getting worse here, Hop? I'm just
I'm half in the bag.
So Conrad, the mortgage guy, goes, just saw not cool. That wasn't very cool now, Eric, to shoot on Charlotte Flair like that. What would you say to Conrad if he was here right now about that Tiffy segment being a work or a shoot?
I'd be like, "Are you dumb, Conrad?" Like, seriously.
He'd be like, "Oh,
Don't
come
even,
on now, awful.
don't
I'm
even
just
try to
playing the
grift
game."
it. The shit was a work from top to bottom, and that's all there is to it. And
So
send
here's
some more dick pills.
running low. Balls are empty, fucking running low. Ray Phoenix says he's living the dream. Very emotional after his match on SmackDown as well.
Oh my God, I feel amazing. You know, yeah, it's just the child inside my heart.
Don't start. Oh, come on now. Awful. Don't start laughing now. This motherfucker burst out laughing at this dude.
Emotional damage.
Hold on. You gotta rewind it. Because he goes, I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, come on, Awful. This man's it's his dream come true. What's your dream, Awful? He can't even.
I live in the dream. You know. I feel amazing. I feel ready.
He's gotta stick his fingers in his mask
just the beginning.
just to wipe his face.
I know this is just the beginning. I am in the best company in the whole world. And now I'm here. I'm here. And I'm ready for any opponent.
It's like the Blair Witch tape. I'm so scared right now. I'm so scared.
Dude.
I am
I love Phoenix, dude. Shut up, Phoenix.
ready for any match. I am ready for any opportunity. I'll always be ready. I am the man who never die. The man of 1,000 lives. Thank you.
Did he just do the double sniff? Like there was still a little bit left on the mirror? Like,
Yeah, dude. He's emotional, man.
Yeah.
So
am I right now.
Yeah. Get it together, Awful. Booker T here piped back at Vlad TV, and I did a whole pod on this with Grapple Vision where we dive in deep because he's been like investigating that shit, basically, more or less like documenting it rather as like a documentarian for a while now, and so we dive in deep. But yeah, just Booker T showing that Vlad was lying as well because Vlad just cut off the messages, right? I had a goofball in the IWC do that to me too. So yeah, and it just showed me being incredibly nice, and it was like, well, you're fucking ruining my gimmick here, bud. Like for one, no. But Charlotte and Tiffany said very little of what was in the rundown for them, off script quite a bit. That's Wrestle Votes. Get the fuck out of here. This is the real Wrestle Votes, by the way, but anyone can say anything after it happens, you know? That's the problem with this shit. So on
that's a lot of people are saying like, it's gone off script, and that's how the narrative spreads, and that's how Phil Marks gets worked.
Yes, exactly, and that's how fucking these dirt sheets operate too. It's just all like, you know, Dave Meltzer, 90% of his business is like, well, you know, Kevin Owens has a neck injury, and then he can go, oh, well, it was believed to be that the neck injury, like, you know, he can just make anything up after that, you know, well, the idea behind this was that, and it's like, well, it just happened, so it doesn't matter what you say now about it. It's fucking Captain Hindsight bullshit. Anyway, Stephanie Vacker revealed today that her signature triangle head slam move is called the Devil's Kiss via No Contest Wrestling. Shout out Rich Eisen show, buddy. I forget his goddamn name, and then O'Shea Jackson Jr.
And that's the move. The move that sets NXT on fire. The move that makes Booker T lose his mind every week.
Oh my God.
O'Shea, the move that makes camera ops almost lose their job because they understand the assignment.
Oh my God, TJ.
Now, full disclosure, we've seen Charlotte Flair use this move before, but not to the effect that you use it.
Yeah.
What is the move called?
Right.
Does it have a name? And if it doesn't, can we name it right now?
Matt Bloom, coach, say Devil Kiss.
The Devil's Kiss.
Yeah, I love this name.
So Matt Bloom named it. What a fucking gangster. Here we go. Moving along here. No thoughts on that awful? You goddamn Grinch. You a Grinch about Vaquer too, or what?
God, I was just discussing this with my cousin the other day because he was just like, "Oh my god, you see these bitches in NXT? They're bad as hell and all this other shit." I was like, dude, all of them would be my daughters. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm past that point where it's just like I got to look at them with salivating lips and all that.
Her in the foot. No, I'm not even talking about that, bro. I'm talking about her.
But can I cook?
Or
can I cook?
Yes, you can, bro. But I'm not talking about thirsting over her. I understand.
No.
Yeah,
I was, motherfucker. Okay. But as far as like her in-ring skills, I've not seen too much, obviously, because I'm a part of a show on Tuesdays. But I like the fact, I enjoy the fact that she is seemingly carrying the company and doing such a marvelous job after losing to Mercedes Moné back in AEW. I'm so glad she rolled the hell out of there. So that's where I admire Stephanie Vaquer. Not seeing too much of her, but yeah, what I do see of her, it looks like she's doing well.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, and I get it. She is very gorgeous. But yeah, her in-ring ability is like second to none. She should just be on the main roster, in my opinion. She's that good. But I get it, just give her time to learn English. And she's doing such a great job with NXT and just getting her name out there. And when she does finally show up, it'll be much anticipated. Pat McAfee is potentially facing legal action over allegedly spreading misinformation. Okay, so what this is like there's this story that went viral about this this lady who I guess was cheating on a college athlete with her dad or something, allegedly. I have no clue. I don't want to speak on it because I have no fucking clue. Right? We'll get Hughes allegedly. But yeah, it was like a love triangle with this guy's father or whatever. McAfee spoke about it on his show. She's like, I'm going to sue his ass because it's a fucking huge show and he's rich. And you know what I mean? And I'm going to sue him for stress and all of that sort of stuff. So, yeah, unfortunate, because what is he going to say? Well, I'm a comedian. It's a comedy show or whatever. Right? Like I can hide behind that.
Yeah, it won't go far in court. I mean, it was a passing story one day on the Pat McAfee show. It's not like he spent weeks and weeks. Yeah, really.
Yeah. So moving along here, WWE Hall of Famer Mick Foley has revealed he's currently in hospital with a minor concussion after being involved in a car accident. Very unfortunate, but this is like the 400th in his life, right? I mean, Jesus Christ.
I need that for when disc cracks jokes on Tuesday. God damn it. You got to send that over.
Yes, I will, bro. I'll send you the fucking MP3. So a tough day for Mick, though. I hope that's his car. Goddamn. I'm just happy that he's like alive and isn't. I mean, but if anyone's going to survive, it's fucking Mick Foley, dude. And then Julia returned at NXT Crystal River. So she had a visa issue. There wasn't an injury problem. That was all made up. And I think maybe she's going to be in that ladder match at Stand and Deliver. And then she'll win the North American title. And then they sort of did a switcheroo with I don't know. Maybe that's not it either. Maybe they just send her right to the main roster or they set up a rematch with Steph. It doesn't really matter what they do. Julia is she's here, and I guess that issue got resolved rather quickly, and they're just using her at house shows because they don't necessarily need her on TV, and they can roll her out in a minute when we get through Steph and Jordan Grace. Maybe they wait till after. Maybe she comes out at Mania, and I don't know, or at Stand and Deliver rather, and challenges Steph after Steph defends against Jordan, or whatever the fuck, who knows, but I'm glad to see she's not hurt. So Kelly also said that Vince McMahon came up with her name, and she said that she had that Vince had seen a Cheers episode, and she says, I guess the girl bartender is Kelly. It was before my time. There was a song Kelly. That's how Kelly became. So Vince was watching Cheers and was like, "Yeah, that's amazing, pal. I'm gonna use that for my show." So Kevin Owens as well. We didn't talk about this during the review too much because I wanted to talk about it in news and play this clip and get your reaction off. So Kevin Owens announces, he's had a lingering neck injury for a long time. He's hurt real bad. Randy Orton comes out, RKO's Nick Aldis after he's told that, he's going to need an opponent for WrestleMania. People are saying it might be Nick Aldis. I don't know about all that. It would be really cool, though. I think that it should be him. Just give Aldis that fucking shot. But I mean, people would be like, what? The general manager's just fighting Randy? I don't know. But either way, though, Kevin Owens announces his retirement. Essentially, as far as not full-blown retirement, but he may never wrestle again. That's how he's trying to sell it. And he actually gets very mad at the dirt sheets for leaking this out. Everyone's saying, yeah, he's off Mania. And he gets mad in an interview that he did with someone else with Barstool. I think I'm going to play the clip in a second, but he announces his injury retirement. So this is when Edge was, I don't know, or maybe not that severe, but it's I have a lingering neck injury. Big E has one of those. He's probably not ever going to wrestle again, So with KO, he's done everything there is to do. Does he ever wrestle again? It could be that serious. He has to have neck surgery. That could take a long ass time. Or maybe he just powers through it like Steph DeLander, but Kevin Owens has been through it much longer than she has. So I'm sure it's not as simple as, he has stenosis on his spine and all this shit. Anyways, though, this fan, after KO says this shit, and here's the thing with KO, you don't know, it could have been a ruse where he just headbutts Randy Orton and is psych, just kidding, So for a bit there too, you're is this just part of the show? You don't know, but it seems like it was real. But this fan was yelling at KO, you're still shit. And then he piped off on the dude. He's like, who said that? He's like, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. That's what KO just said to him. And he's like, fuck you, or whatever. Sorry, Twid. So, yeah, what a piece of shit, but also, how does, you can't expect him to fully know in that moment, because KO's always you don't know. He'll pile drive you, and then they take him off in a stretcher. Is he working, shooting? Were we supposed
Who's
to
a
feel
piece of
bad
shit,
for him?
Phil?
The guy for saying you're a piece of shit to him in hindsight.
Oh
I'm no. I just defended. No, I didn't say that. I'm saying awful. You got to follow this train of logic here. I'm yeah, that guy's a piece of shit, but how do you expect him to know? Because that's the sentiment. Everyone's oh, this guy's fucking what a scumbag. But that's why I prefaced it, and I'm saying now, but how do you know with KO when he's pile driving dudes and they're kayfabe taking them off in stretchers, and he's the kind of guy, he headbutts Vince, and he's you don't know if he's working or shooting. So that's why I prefaced it as well. So yeah, that guy's a piece of shit, I guess, in hindsight, but are we really going to be mad at him for having heat with KO? And we don't know, right? Next week, if he came out and super kicked Orton, would you guys be fucking surprised? But obviously it's a real thing, because he went on to confirm no, this is a real thing. But if you're a guy in the crowd, you don't follow all the internet dirt sheet gossip. How the fuck are you supposed to know? Right. So, yeah, we move along here, though. KO.
Before we move along, KO is
KO,
thin-skinned. There's my opinion on that.
Why? Because he's talking shit to a guy in the crowd?
Yeah. Guy paid money to yell whatever he wanted to yell at the man.
Okay.
Kevin Owens could have just kept on walking, just like we all keep on scrolling when we see trolls in our fucking orbit. So anyway.
KO responds to the dirt sheets, and he's like, dude, you guys robbed me of my ability to tell people this serious thing about my life. This is my mom's basement with Barstool or whatever. I forget this guy's name, but let's listen to what KO has to say.
We're talking about an injury.
Yeah, it really annoys me. Actually, I woke up to seeing that it was already leaked, and it really upsets me, especially because I know that whoever leaked it is some office employee that shouldn't know this shit in the first place. And that was I told people this is going to leak. They're like, no, we're keeping it tight knit. But then yesterday, obviously some departments had to find out for some reasons. And now someone who shouldn't know this stuff found out and it went where it shouldn't, and now now they took away my right to tell people because now everybody knows already.
Oh my God! You know what? Work.
I don't know, man. He's done crazy shit. He just had that insane match with KO or with Sami where they're You think this last minute, the guy that they plugged into the main event to wrestle Stone Cold last minute, they're just like, oh, he can't wrestle Randy at Mania. Or you just thinking like a week, he's like, psych, I'm back. There's no way they just leave Randy hanging like that last minute out of nowhere.
How do you draw instant heat to that match?
It already had heat, though. No. This is
what was the heat? What was the heat? Tell me what the heat was.
They were tag partners. You're even just saying before, Awful, that you don't even watch all the shit. So
yeah. But see, here's the thing: if there was heat, I'd know about it. If it was controversial, I'd hear about it.
So
if there's
like
no
Sami
heat,
Zayn being stretchered off, all that shit, none of that registers because that's all beats to this story leading up to WrestleMania, Orton and KO. Like none of that shit registers. The pile
I'm
driver
not saying
on Sami
okay.
and then Orton coming back and they were friends and then KO, turns his back.
I think
on
this man put the cat out of the bag when he said like somebody who leaked it from the office. We all know that those leaks are extremely few and far between. Okay. Who exposed that Kevin Owens had an injury? Was it some fucking rag like Fightful?
Yeah, it was all the rags were just like all the shitty dirt sheets were just like, yeah, they all just were reporting on it. He's injured, he's out of Mania. He's injured, he's out of Mania. He's injured, he's out of Mania. Yeah.
Interesting how the WWE, somebody in WWE, feeds them that line, but they were not. But for weeks on end, months on end, we were told like that shit's done. And if they are feeding them, they're feeding them what? Misinformation. So this could be one of those things. Until April 20th and 21st, we won't know. But
I just feel
I'm smelling a work.
I just feel like it feels so sudden because KO fucking they just because now they have to get Orton an opponent like right away. And if it's not Aldis is going to be pissed and give him someone unfavorable for Orton because he's like, dude, you're going one-on-one with the Undertaker. No, I'm just kidding, but it's got to be someone like they have to build that right away now. They have to make sense of that ASAP for Orton, otherwise he doesn't have a fucking wrestling match. And I know he's like struggling through an injury right now too, kind of like, I'm not saying it'll actually be Undertaker, but yeah, I pray this is a work then, Awful. You're saying every single thing is a work, so
SmackDown needed these things to happen on that show to make SmackDown interesting. I'm a big picture guy, so it's just like none of this is really in a vacuum for me. Everything is serving a purpose. The interview that Kevin Owens that we just heard serves a purpose. His feigned upsetness of being told, oh, I wasn't given a chance to speak about my injury because there was a leak or whatever. Just very, very convenient. And as you can see, a lot of people are talking more about SmackDown this week because of, they really front loaded the entire show with things that you'd have to pay attention to. Whereas before they weren't really even doing that. Sorry, I can't mine any comedy out of this right now, but I'm just thinking to myself, like, yeah, this is damn, I watched too much wrestling, or I've watched wrestling for too long. Cause like this is not passing the sniff test for old Awful here.
Fair enough. KO goes off on Matt Riddle. We covered this here on PWT, how Riddle said that Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens were kind of difficult to work with because it's hard to get a word in edgewise with them. And so here's Kevin Owens's response to Matt Riddle saying that.
Accusation that you and Sami are hard to work with. I saw this from an interview that Matt Riddle did recently. I was curious if you saw it or if it took you by surprise at all.
No, it didn't take me by surprise, but I did see it. It's funny, because coming from him, I have nothing against him at all, but he's to me, he's a guy who had really amazing opportunities handed to him, like being Randy's tag team partner for so long and basically getting to ride the coattails of a legend. And he managed to screw it all up, not because of his abilities, because he's very talented and very athletic, but because of his own attitude and poor choices, So, for him to say that we're hard to work with or whatever it is, and he couldn't get a word in, there was a pretty good reason for that,
Oh shit! They were like, "Shut up, Riddle."
He. You look at his track record and you look at our track record. I think that speaks for itself. But if that's how he felt,
Is that a work awful? Then is he working Matt Riddle? He's gonna go fight the MLW champion and be like, "Surprise, my neck's not hurt." Is that you what? You
That's fine. I can't say he's wrong when he said like it was hard to get a word in. Probably was because we probably didn't let him get a word in too much just because we'd been around him and we work a certain way and it works. So yeah.
Shit, it doesn't work for me, brother, is what KO was saying. Checking in with chat right away, but so just on the Tiffany stuff. So when she's like, when Charlotte was like, Ludwig's in my DMs, pulled a Conor McGregor, right? He famously said that to Dustin Poirier, like, your wife was in me DMs. And so Charlotte's like, yeah, that's why Ludwig's in my DMs. And then Ludwig responded with a meme of Shawn Michaels where he's like, please do not flatter yourself. So he clapped back. But we scroll down here, and if it wasn't obvious that it was a work enough, Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful Gossip says, everyone I'm speaking to believes that Charlotte and Tiffany went heavily off script.
Jeez.
And then Alva says, by the way, this report here is accurate, and I was told the situation was extremely contentious after the segment, including with higher ups. The end of the segment very much went off the rails completely. Very curious if it has ramifications on WrestleMania plans. They're going to pull the plug on the match.
Dumb bubbleheads don't know a damn thing. How in the world are they going to? Oh, by the way, Sean Ross's report is accurate, but meanwhile they're being fed horseshit each and every week by the WWE, and now all of a sudden they're going to give these people the truth. Like, oh, you know what? We had these two professionals. They kind of went off script. What purpose does it serve the WWE to have Sean Ross Sapp or John Alba know that information? Oh, I wish people would start using their fucking heads out here. God,
yeah, dude.
Damn it.
If it wasn't obvious enough for that one. Okay, so we scroll back down and let's check it out here. So here's a list of banned commentary terms from 2015. This went viral again, so I just wanted to reread it because it's funny. Belt strap, the business, our industry, feud. You weren't allowed to say feud. War, performance, performer, choreograph, house show. That's so funny. Performance, performer. That's all wrestlers call themselves now. Performer. I'm a performer. House show. Use live event. Backstage. Use in the back, in the locker room area. Pro wrestling, pro wrestler. Superstar, star athlete. International, global. The earth is flat, pal. No.
Just so you know, Phil, I remember when this first came out. You're right. This is pretty old. This was gigantic news back then. Gigantic.
Shot, acrobatics, interesting. You weren't allowed to say that's interesting, pal. DQ. You had to say disqualification. Talent. Me. I. Inside terms, heel, babyface, blown up, shoot, rib, mark, etc. US, United States, fans. Refer to the audience as you. Raw fans, our fans, Cena's fans, etc. Hospital, obviously. Faction, you have to use group. This group of superstars, please use now available instead of on sale. We never want to use the title is on the line. The title will be defended. Man, Vince was a mad genius in some ways, and then in other ways, it's like, what the fuck was your problem? Like, way too uptight about some of this shit. We have Ren Sinclair will be at Reality of Wrestling Pay Up. So shout her out. Every Wednesday is Wednesday. Hornswoggle will be at WWE Fanatics. Dylan Postel at WWE World. So shout him out. That's amazing. Get you a little swoggle action. CM Punk talks to, actually, let me check in with chat really quick here because I want Awful to talk about these ratings. So George Capture for 5 says, let's get the undercover WWE in person and chat out of here. Play Jericho. That'll do it. George, I can't do that to the people. I can't do it to the people. Denisha Lane for 10 says, Awful and Phil, happy for Ray Phoenix after what TK done. I'm holding him hostage and not releasing him. I understand why Phoenix was like that. TK is a butthole for, I just know Ray for that. I just know Ray is glad to be gone from AEW. I mean, who the fuck wouldn't be? You know what I mean? So
Denisha, just slightly off topic. Denisha, I'm going to need your address to send those batteries for your smoke detectors.
Okay.
She knows what I'm talking about. And I'm just joking. We love you, Nene.
Awful's on some shit tonight, folks. I don't know what that's all about. I'm going to play an
Alt Jake
X-Files
knows.
there.
George Captor knows. Chirp.
Oh yeah, does she have one of those fucking things that women ignore that shit? Women will just let that go on for fucking beep, 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 and it's like, you guys don't fucking hear that, you know what I mean? But thank you, D, and you know what they say.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Before me and Meltzer were so rudely interrupted. No, I'm just joking. Thank you, D. It's good to see you. Furball. Yushin FX for 10 says paying money to hear more Learning Tree. All right. Well, I guess you guys asked for it. Joining us on the show, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
You guys can blame Yushin for that, okay? That's his bad. I thought that's what he meant. So run the likes up for Jericho. So we have some more news here. Here's Ray Phoenix hugging it out with Triple H, Tony Khan style, right?
Good start.
Tony's like, well, that's my gimmick. Now I'm going to use the point. Oh, wait, I already do that one too.
Yeah, but Triple H didn't close his eyes and like really get into it. You know what I mean? Like he didn't rub his back. He was just like, all right, dude, chill out, dude.
Smell his cologne, right? Tony like takes a whiff of their neck. That's very Dolce and Gabbana. Naomi reveals the mark that Jade left on her face. She got a goose egg.
Look what she did to my freaking face!
Don't break that window, bitch.
Yeah, don't Goldberg yourself right before.
Yeah, really.
We're going crazy in the Fed right now, dude. But she's doing tremendous work, really transformed herself. Kevin Owens, we spent enough time, I think, with Kevin Owens stuff today, but he did say that he has the hope that one day his dream match is Shawn Michaels if he ever is able to come back and Michaels is ever able to come back, which like he never said he's done forever. But when someone says neck surgery like that, sort of goes without saying a little bit, you know, but like we do in 2025, bro, like Delander came back from neck surgery and like fucking, I mean, she's not bumping around right now, but like she's on TV again and it feels, I think it's like 3 months or some shit, you know? So it's like, I mean, KO will power through this. I'm sure they'll fill him up with all the TRT and whatever he needs. But Yeah, he wants to wrestle HBK, and who doesn't, right? Here's Stephanie Vaquer hitting real fucking flying armbar techniques inside of the UFC octagon in the Performance Institute in Mexico.
Oh, he loved every second of that.
And look how she hooks his like inside or his outs you know, the leg on the outside where
In
she
out.
has it like figure forward with her arms there. That's just like good pro wrestling technique as well. So that's awesome. Just, you know, bringing media hype to the PI in Mexico. You're going to see a lot more crossovers. Speaking
He's
of
like,
hype,
let's do that again.
yeah, he's like, can we try that? Let's test out the Tombstone pile driver next.
In the shower.
Yeah. You what? So, national treasures recognize national treasures. Nickelback, right? Chelsea Green said, "Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh." So Nickelback said the longest reigning women's U.S. champion in WWE history and shouted out Chelsea Green. There you go, over like Rover. Kevin Owens, went off. We talked about that. We talked about the dirt sheets. So CM Punk is excited for his WrestleMania main event. He said that Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins are two guys that I helped kind of get here to the main roster many moons ago. And so shout out CM Punk. We don't need to watch all of that. However, and I don't want to play all of SmackDown, right? Because we already got in trouble for that. But awful. At one point during SmackDown, CM Punk came out at the beginning of the show and he walks around, touches all the fans, his hands and all that. And then he grabs the camera away from the cameraman and shows the hard cam side to the fucking, like, to the world, right? To everybody watching. He shows the camera or like, and then they show it on the screen and then they show it to us at home. But like, you're in the building, he's pointing the camera at the hard cam side. Everyone's like, oh shit. It's obviously a shot at, like, you know, Nicholas and Matthew Jackson running laps in the fucking ring in that dead ass collision in what I'm assuming was the same building or a neighboring one, to say the least. But what do you make of this? Clearly a shot at AEW and clearly just Punk like having fun and going off script a little bit, which maybe lends a little more credibility to your Tiffany theory because, you know, Punk went a little long too. It seems like
that show needed to be loose. And it needed to be, you know, slightly controversial. But as far as like, and I'm not on ketamine, by the way. I don't even know what that is. But what is ketamine, Phil? Just real quickly.
It's a drug, and you can get some at Save with Conrad. No, just get some at SaveWithPWT.com.
But as far as like, oh, thank you. Well, today I learned. But as far as like Punk grabbing and doing the conscious decision of showing the hard cam side, I'm not buying it. Now, what Elite Rockers said, what he's posted here, is something that I would post, but I don't think Punk had that intention in mind.
I think he did. I think showing the hard cam side is like a fucking big FU to AEW. Doing this,
in the way that we see it, but I don't think CM Punk, you know, being swept up in Chicago, being in the moment. I mean, you know,
petty as shit, bro. He's taking shots at them, doing like interviews for the video game and stuff. Like, he don't give a fuck, man. Or like WWE World, he's like, it's not even like for WWE. He's just there, like talking to some random, and he'll just throw shots. I think he was showing the hard cam side for a reason. And also that's Jericho's bit to like grab the camera or whatever, which I'm sure he stole from someone else. But nonetheless, it just had the internet talking. And I think, this is him being like, look how packed this is. Like, look at the business we do. You know, you guys go to fucking Cincy with Moxley and don't even get 1,200 people there. And he's your fucking reigning world champion. Speaking of AEW, though, the war continues. 650,000 on NXT. With a 0.15 in the demo, 594 for Dynamite with a 0.16 in the demo. So they won the night, Brian.
Yeah, I know he's in the chat. George Captor, I'd love to hear his thought on this. Just hit 1 or 2. 1 for yes, 2 for no. But were you a little nervous, George, when you saw that NXT the night before it got in 650? Because I know personally that I was just like, here's AEW's chance. Here's their chance to break the streak. And not only did they not break the streak, they actually broke their own streak of higher ratings. They fell to, what was it, 594 from last week's 6 something or other. So that
know
that
better
little
than me.
yeah,
You
I
did
know.
all that on me.
I'm kind of drawing a blank. I'm on ketamine, but I'm trying to remember if it was 670 or either way.
Either way,
They lost. They lost that momentum that I knew because I said it on Jake and George's show. This little run that they've got where they're going up 5, 6, 7% a week or whatever, it's going to die out. And I knew that when that whole spot happened with Moxley and Edge, the curiosity factor went right out the window. There were people, average people on Twitter. Fuck Twitter. They were on Facebook and Instagram. Regular people going, what the F is going on with this particular wrestling company? They actually thought it was an indie fed. I looked around and I saw some of the comments that normal people, non-casual fans, people who aren't even fans, they were like, this shit's disgusting. Fuck it. Taz even said on the program, I think I'm going to throw up. So there it is right there.
He's
That's how
gonna
you
puke.
lose people. Yeah. So way to go, Dynamite.
Speaking of the
Dummies.
numbers, ladies and gentlemen, that was WWE news. Round of applause for that. Let's check in with chat here. Silver Tower gifted 20 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. Holy Don DeMarco, thank you so much, bro. That is fucking crazy. I really appreciate that. Guys, they're normally 99 cents. This man gifted 20 of them. I hope our biggest hate watchers and our biggest fans or listeners, I don't like the word fan, but my biggest listeners, watchers who don't have memberships have them now. God damn, what a complete and utter gangster Silver Tower is. Alt Jake takes on says Jericho for 2 says Jericho's a bigger draw on PWT than he is in AEW. Man, PWT's been a pretty good draw as of late, dude. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, pretty much. They clamor for him here, dude. Everywhere else, not so much. They're like, what the fuck is this? We don't even want him on ROH. Okay, but speaking of numbers, we've had a numbers guy be, as Brendan Schaub would say, in the wings like for a while here, and he's like, just he's like, fucking do the show and I'll pop in. Hopefully he's good. Hopefully I got him here if he's good to go, because we're heading into everybody together now in Ichi ni Sanda. Okay, where is it? And yeah. Because it's time for AEW news, and joining us here, MJ from NJ is here, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. A numbers guy through and through. Round of applause for MJ. MJ from NJ. What's up, buddy? MJ, you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this thing on?
Yeah, what's up, dude? Are
is.
you there? What's
It sounded like you were at Carnival.
Yes, it is on.
I was gonna go watch the second basketball game. I figured I'd catch you guys in between. Whoa, what happened? I had to wake up.
Okay.
Hello, gentlemen. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, man. You're just in time for the AEW news. Are you here? Are you done at Casa Bonita? And are you ready to come hang out here and talk some AEW news?
I don't know if you saw Mr. Khan's 420 tweet today, but I'm ready to get into the weeds.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. It was awesome. He's smoking it up Nate Dogg style, man. RIP the GOAT. Okay. So, MJ, thank you for sticking around in the wings. I was like, fuck it. We got actual stuff that I need you to talk about besides the WWE shit. So, we're in AEW news, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go. This is awesome. So we have the Owen Hart Invitational or whatever. Somebody suggested, why don't they call it the Brody Lee Tournament? I think that's a great fucking idea, because what does Owen Hart have to do with AEW? For real. They announced the competitors: Will Ospreay, bruv; Kevin Knight, bruv; Brody King, bruv; Konosuke Takeshita; Hangman Adam Page; Wild Card, which is like a new lucha or something. No, I'm joking. Mark Briscoe; Kyle Fletcher. So what do you guys think of this tournament, and think of like, is this going to pop a rating? That culminates at Double or Nothing. Who do you think the wild card is, or have they announced it? Who fucking knows? Do you guys give a shit?
This is a tournament to determine the second headline of All In, because the real All In headliner is the guy who won the tournament they had in December, Okada, with Omega. I don't understand. This is like mid-card level. These are guys that like didn't win matches in the Continental Classic, but we're supposed to get amped over them fighting for a title shot at the WrestleMania of AEW. I don't get it.
Awful. Does this move the needle for you whatsoever?
Right into my arm.
Ketamine, folks. Ketamine.
Kevin Knight just arrived. He's going to have a chance to win a few matches and get he'll be the headliner of the biggest show of the year. And they wonder why these shows are doing so poorly year over year over year. 12,000 plus tickets. What was last year's? Like 45, 55, and the year before 70 to 80. Okay. Yeah. No one knows who the fuck these guys are.
Oh, come on. That's not very fair. No. Samoa Joe has hinted at retirement. He was talking to Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet, who had a brilliant interview with him. And Joe's like, dude, after the end of my AEW contract, I'm probably going to retire. That's what everyone says. Saraya, Joe, Sting. And so they don't let Tony down. You know, it's what Danielson did. Oh, I'm retired now. He's not under contract right now. Even Kenny Omega. Was not working with a contract, and he is, because of my surgeries, I might not be able to wrestle. So, all these guys say that, I feel like, to let Tony Khan down easy, but he said, yeah, I do think about retirement a lot. It's probably coming sooner than later, which is fine. I will do this for a little longer. And then, I think the end is probably sooner than any new deal being signed, which I agree with, but fuck around. He's not like Triple H is boys with Samoa Joe. And I think he's going to go there and at least have one more run. Now, again, I don't want everyone from AEW. If they're like Buddy Matthews is coming back, I mean, I don't really care, been there, done that. But Samoa Joe's a guy where it's like the fact he's not even in their world title picture right now in AEW is insane. He's doing 6-man tags with Shibata and Hook. So he will say he retires, but yeah.
Phil, which company has the talent agency?
That Joe is under, or what?
No. I mean, just which company is like the one that like works with like Hollywood entertainers and
like WWE, obviously. Yeah. WWE. Yeah.
Long term, this makes more sense for him to eventually go back there, but he won't burn. Joe's somebody that doesn't seem to burn bridges.
No, he doesn't. No, he's cool with everyone. He stays super profesh.
We'll see him put that to the limits if he does ever go back, because the sickos will just chase him all the way back. And
I can't wait till sickos turn on Joe, who's like the ultimate fucking. He's like their god,
They will turn on it. These are the most fickle people. They will turn on anybody.
Oh yeah.
Awful nose.
Danhausen.
Yeah, Danhausen. Goddamn. Shout out Danhausen. So All In Texas, King Gao announced that AEW announces, or rather he didn't announce, he tweeted out that AEW announced All In Texas week, where they'll be having shows for 4 straight days. Fire. So Dynamite is, and then Collision, then Starcast, then Death Before Dishonor, then All In Texas. Do you think they burn these fans out, or do you think this is a good move? People would say, oh, well, WWE does it, and that's good for them. I think this is good for AEW to make this like a thing and do it on like a smaller scale, and maybe incorporate some of the indies and shit around, like get involved in the indie shows that are surrounding these, like All In Texas, or when they go to Las Vegas and they do like WrestleMania, they do Starcade, or what was that before? Yeah, Starcast. So I guess that's happening at All In. But there's shows surrounding Vegas like GCW and all that shit. AEW could get involved with those a little bit more. But there's just going to be a lot of empty buildings. A lot of empty seating, I feel like, going on this week here.
Is StarCast happening at All In Weekend? Like,
Yes,
what are
it
they going to
is,
do?
man. Yes,
They're
and
going
that's
to
why
run.
Conrad's going off defending a little bit. I feel like it comes in waves, man, because he's been going a little hard the other way, and I think it's just because like he's like, oh, come on now, Eric, I'm doing
100%.
StarCast, and they are allowing me to have John Moxley do a panel with me.
100%, you're right.
Spokesperson.
But are they going to run? Are they going to run head to head with All In at 2:00 in the afternoon on Saturday?
Who? Collision?
No, StarCast.
Friday and Saturday, yeah, it's just gonna go. I guess it'll just be all day, like both days. And if you can't, well, hey, let me tell you the selling point here. Now, hold on a second, now, MJ. I know it sounds, but listen, let me chat you up for a minute about StarCast and what we have to offer. See, if you can't afford to go to All In Texas, you can take half the money and get pictures with Dustin Rhodes. How about that?
I have a lot to say about this decision, but Awful, what do you think about this?
I knew you guys were going to pick on me while I was eating my crackers.
Oh, all right.
No. I'll answer.
Go ahead. Because I have a lot to say, so you go.
I've said it on record that Tony Khan is smart for moving Texas. From moving All In from 8:00 to 2:00. Smart move. You don't want to get killed by Saturday night's main event or whatever the hell that the WWE is running. As far as like being aligned with these StarCasts, it's a dumb move. Conrad brings no more people into your zeitgeist with this
That's
little
not
thing.
very
It's
fair.
sorry, life is unfair. I don't know what to tell you, but
come on now, Awful. People are here
great.
for People are here for hold on a second now. People are here for StarCast in Texas. I assure you, and I have many sponsorships at saveconrad.com who would agree with me. We made a lot of money on this thing, kid.
Okay, great. Yeah, it's pretty damn good. It will, coming from Phil though, Jesus, go on forever. But yeah, that's all I got to say. I run out of words. Let me finish these Cheez-Its.
All right. Here, where do I start with this? This comes on the heels of a campaign to say that WrestleMania weekend has been co-opted by the WWE because they've run so many shows and there's no room. So then what happens less than 24 hours later? This graphic gets dropped, which is an entire week of shows that is co-opting. And Phil, I was making a joke, like All In weekend is now All In is taking place at Saturday at 2:00. So if you're StarCast and you're thinking like the most people will be in town for the show day, we're going to run events on Saturday because that's when the most people, it's like a tailgate type situation. No, wrong. You're actually just going to be co-opted by AEW, who's running their pay-per-view at 2:00 in the afternoon. That brings me to my second point. This is now the second time in 2025 that they have literally bait and switched in audience after selling tickets. People paid money.
Good point.
This show was advertised as an 8:00 pay-per-view. A pay-per-view. The biggest pay-per-view, the biggest show, the first stadium show, which is actually a lie. But this is the biggest show they've run in America. And you sold your tickets, 12,000 of them, to people who paid like real prices, not like the buy one, get one the day, week of the show, whatever prices. And they just rug pulled them. If you made a flight to go to Texas Saturday, 3:00 in the afternoon, you're going to get to the stadium at like 5:00, have a beer. Nope, you're going to be arriving at the fucking main event.
Wow.
This was such a bad move because as a consumer, you can't trust anything this company says. What happened in Australia? Spend thousands of dollars, hundreds of dollars on plans to go to the middle of nowhere, Australia, to go to a stadium show that gets rug pulled. You ask for a refund? No, you enjoy your seats in the fucking bleachers, despite paying hundreds of dollars for lower level stadium seats. This company continues to spit in the face of people that actually pay money to it.
Yeah.
And that's why they're in the shape they're in.
People flying in day of are getting fucked, is what Daniel Nutcrager said in chat also, which should be noted.
They don't communicate their messaging correctly in these group chats that they have, because I joined a Spaces with some sickos a few weeks ago, and I said to them, I said, why would you guys put tickets on sale months and months in advance? And then what happens? They don't go out, they don't sell them that well. And then people just sit there and they say, well, why would I buy a ticket now? I know what this company does. I'll get one for $23. Like I'm going to get one for Philadelphia tomorrow, $23. All All right. Like, why would I buy a ticket early? So you know what their argument back to me was? Well, they're planning the fly-in and All In StarCast, and it's a big weekend. It's the WrestleMania weekend. And they just fucking rug pull these fans. It's such a bad go-to-market strategy. It's brain dead. And what are they running from? These are the same people that say that Saturday Night Main Event's actually just like a glorified house show and that it's not even performing well on TV. Its ratings are bad. So you're running.
I just changed my mind.
You're running from the grind? Like, you are running from competition? Tony Khan, Mr. Market Share. We have great market share. No, you actually have declining market share, and you are giving it up inch by inch, yard by yard, because you are afraid to actually stand on your own company's platform and go to war. You want to have a war? Go to war. Compete. Nah. You want
The
to
best guy is Tony Khan.
Terrible. Terrible. All right. Awful. You done with the Cheez-Its?
He's like, hell no, I'm not. He's like, I just started a new mouthful.
I had to swallow the Cheez-Its because this man just made me change my mind. I am a competitor. I am somebody who's just like, but see, at the same time, MJ, Tony Khan does not have any gloves. He doesn't have any training. So you can't fight this fight at this stage of the game. He's got to be really on point with how he maneuvers. And if you're going to move the show, see, and I love the point that you said, like, if somebody motherfucker is coming in there at 3:00 in the afternoon expecting to see an 8:00 show, that's all dead in the wayside. And that's a point that I never even thought about. But as far as like the smart, logical move for Tony Khan at this point, while you're dying, yeah, you don't want to get killed out there on Saturday. You got to protect something.
This is your WrestleMania. You're going to sell this for $50 on pay-per-view. If people are interested in your product, your WrestleMania weekend, your All-In weekend, your biggest show in U.S. soil, if people are interested, guess what? They're spending the $50. They're not. They'll watch Saturday Night Main Event on delay because it's on Peacock, because you can watch it whenever. Like, to me, this is such an admission of like throwing in the white towel from a guy that was he wanted a tribal war. He wanted a Monday night or Wednesday night war. Like,
you Harvey Weinstein bald assholes.
He put his tail between his legs and he's just running from competition. He's conceding it. I don't know. Maybe he's being told to. Maybe he has been told just back off and do. By the way, this show will be on in California at what, like 11:00 in the morning. So I'm glad that people in the UK are getting a show at prime time, because they've only had 1:00 in the morning shows for the entire history of like wrestling. So like, what are we doing? Celebrating that they got a show at 8:00? You're gonna wake and bake to watch this show in California? It's a Saturday in the summer. People are out. It's not exactly like they're sitting at home all day just watching a pay-per-view and then we'll watch Saturday Night. This is ridiculous.
So Tom Reed for 5 says SmackDown did over 16,000 last night. Biggest show of the year for AEW, has only sold over 11,000 tickets this year so far.
And that 11,000 didn't break the $1 million number.
Yeah.
That is pretty weak too. We get into that.
MJ, you going tomorrow to Dynasty?
No. I'm not going to Dynasty, but I'm just saying, like, right now you can buy tickets on Ticketmaster. Like, you don't even have to go to the scalpers. $22, $23. Like,
I'm debating on whether I should go.
I would go if I was in the area, but I mean, I would go because at the end of the day, it's like good wrestling. But the thought of being in there for 6 hours, like,
there it is, right there, my friend.
Match tonight. They added Max Caster for what reason? I mean, it's talk about glorified house shows. By the way, has anyone noticed that this is now the second pay-per-view in 4 weeks? So if you're an AEW fan, they have asked you to spend $100 in 4 weeks.
Wow.
You're going to get 2 nights of rest. You're going to get 2 nights of rest. For everybody who fucking bitches online about the prices of tickets for live events at WrestleMania, you're going to get 2 nights of that for $6.
Yeah. Okay, so moving along here. Sean Ross Sapp said that Tony Khan was asked by It's Ella J if Athena will be on AEW TV more. Speaking of All In Texas, they're just parading her out and keeping her on Collision because Tony doesn't like her for some reason. And Tony says a lot of it depends on the tournament. So they're building up to Monet versus Athena so that Monet can just take that ring, can snap that longest reigning women's Ring of Honor world champion streak. And Tony's not putting Athena on TV, and I don't know what the fuck.
I don't get it. I
don't
do not
get it at all. It's
Isn't
like
this broad from Texas?
She's from Texas, so they're going to parade her out there, have Monet beat her, and
This is a
snap that
fucking
longest
no-brainer.
reigning. Yeah, man. And then the sickos are going to be like 2 black females, you know, like did it at All In Texas, and WrestleMania didn't do shit or whatever. Like they're going to try and spin it some way like that, and it's just ridiculous. But
actually,
it's insane.
AEW fans would be like, one and gets to face another and there's a championship on the line. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I'm willing to wait and see on that one, but Tony Khan is the master of not giving an answer. This is a straightforward thing. Should we expect to see somebody on TV more? Well, we'll see about the tournament. Like he doesn't know. He hasn't.
No.
Mercedes hasn't told him yet what the plan is.
So here's MJ from NJ on the show and making the show as well. So consistent with everything he's heard, but he hasn't gotten weekly reports as expected. As expected, Tony would never deny the report, just lean in as much as he can. And so this is what happened here, okay? Brandon Thurston tweets out, Tony Khan on the media call is asked about the report from SE Scoops on the max streaming viewership of AEW. He says he was excited about the report. Streaming numbers are very confidential, and AEW has gotten weekly reports for viewing on Max like they do for cable via Nielsen. He adds the report is consistent with everything he's heard about AEW's performance on Max. So Tony, without directly giving an answer, said that the reports from BJ Bethel, right, his old card trading or tape trading friend or whatever, that all sounds like the reports he's gotten back from Max. However, he doesn't know the actual numbers because nobody apparently knows them, but that sounds about right from what Tony Khan's heard. So he sort of acknowledged, or
The best guys, Tony Khan.
you know what I mean? He sort of fucking admitted or revealed rather, or is what the sickos are saying. However, it's not really that way. To me, he just vaguely was like, yeah, this is kind of along the lines of what we heard. However, that's ludicrous too. But it was pointed out to me, and I want to bring this to the show. Like, let's say, okay, Max is global, right? And I Googled it. They have they're in 65 countries and they have 117 million people roughly that they think watch shit on Max, right? Total. So 500K is actually really shitty if you think about it, right? And to the point where it might actually still be underperforming, even if they are getting 500,000 people watching on there. However, that's just not fucking possible. And people keep pointing out as well, okay, the Logan Paul show on there, I forget what it's called, the Paul brothers, they're consistently at number 5 or 6 in Max's top 10. AEW's never in there. So do we have numbers on the Paul show? Does anybody watch Impulsive? Is there a show that's on there that we can find numbers for that can explain, okay, this is what number 5 gets or whatever? That's still what people are in the hunt for. And it's not to be see, but just to insinuate that to do invisible math like BJ Bethel did and Dave Meltzer does, and then to insinuate that they're somehow pulling numbers that fucking the NFL would pull and NBA would pull, and then to get mad at a guy like Switchblade, who, if you guys are unfamiliar with him, he's an account on X who crunched all these numbers, and he used Meltzer's numbers and then gave some too. He was generous, and he said ultimately AEW is going to make a profit this year, 14 million. It's not going to be what Dave Meltzer's saying, but they'll make money, 14 fucking million. That's good for AEW, man. After all these years, you got to operate in the deficit for a while. So if they make 14 million, fucking that should be great. Everyone should be applauding that. And he talks about what the wrestlers' salaries are, and everybody brags about how Tony Khan has the fucking, oh man, his company, you get paid the most. And then now everyone wants to be like, well, no, fuck you. The wrestlers don't get paid that much. And it's so goddamn ridiculous. And to bring it all back and tie it to this, Tony Khan is lending validity now to the sicko and BJ Bethel's narrative. And it's all based on invisible math. Meanwhile, Switchblade does essentially invisible math, and everybody's shitting on him and is mad about it. MJ, you do the same thing. You do invisible math, I guess, to a degree, because we're playing based Max numbers. No one really knows them.
Hold on, bro. What the hell is invisible math?
Bro, here's the thing. We don't fucking, nobody's come out and said, here is exactly the fucking number. We're all going off of well, if you use this estimation and what they said about NBA, and we can confirm this because this. So we're just using numbers that are I say invisible math because it's we don't fucking fully know anything. We're just estimating, right?
Right.
And so why is
Estimate.
it okay when BJ Bethel and Dave Meltzer fucking estimate, but it's not okay when Switchblade or MJ estimate and play Invisible Math too? Why is it fucking, what's wrong with that? And especially when they're using Meltzer's numbers and the reports on like, here's what WBD said about NBA. There's no way that, you know what I mean? It doesn't track. So whether they're, and then ultimately at the end of the day, if they even are getting 500K, you know, I got fucking Husey messaged me this, and he's like, well, bro, they're global. There's 117 million people subscribed to them. Like, that would be an L anyways. Like, they're not even doing 1 million on like this global platform. He's like, so you could look at it that way too, I guess. But I'm not here to spin it one way or the other. I'm just trying to call it down the line. MJ, what do you have to say about all this? Because I know you were in the fucking weeds, dude. Like Tony Khan, getting down the nitty gritty here with the graphs and the numbers. So.
Yeah. So I'm glad you changed invisible math to estimates, and dare I say extrapolations. There's a difference between taking like known variables or known data and then coming up with like estimates for things that are unknown. So a few weeks ago when I joined you and we said like, what would the top 10 potentially look like on Max using known data about their streaming share, about Netflix's top 10, and kind of like just doing some like math calculations to figure out, hey, what would be a potential estimate of Max top 10? Right, that's extrapolated. What Switchblade did was show actual steps to how he arrived at a certain answer, which was that AEW would be profitable by this amount of money. And he was the first one to say, critique my work, tell me where I'm wrong, tell me where I'm right, tell me, let's figure out how we can, and you and I always talk about this, triangulate the truth. Let's keep asking questions. Let's keep providing different answers from different people and seeing where we can go. This week, you know, was like the biggest Rorschach test in IWC history, because on back-to-back days, you had two things presented to the IWC, and they both got plenty of attention. You had BJ Bethel come out with a number of unsighted, unsourced, and awful. I know Marvin did a great job of explaining how this actually would work in like real places, real publications that have editorial standards. And like, if you cite numbers of viewership or if you cite a box office, like you forget the source of like the individual, like, oh, this came from an ad sales junior in Warner Brothers. Like, forget that. BJ Bethel did not even provide the source of information for like how the viewership was determined. It was just, hey, 60 million divided by this many hours is like this, 500,000. And
his exact words too, sorry to interrupt though, he just said like a source corroborated this, and then he put an update later saying like the math was janky, it's like not, or it's more, he's like it's not quite 500,000 or whatever. That was in the update of the article that I read. So yeah, I mean, he just said a guy corroborated it, and it's like, well, who? That could be a janitor, like who the fuck corroborated this shit? Like,
so here's the Rorschach test that got presented, and let's say that's Exhibit A. And people chose to see, hey, this is a fact. This must be Warner Brothers telling us that this is what's happening, and this is so great, and this is the truth. And BJ Bethel's so reputable, and this is fact. 500,000 people watch on Max. This is fact. 1 million people total a week. By the way, Tony Khan denies knowing weekly numbers, says he doesn't get them. So, but BJ Bethel has a weekly average. The whole thing contradicts itself. But you had people that saw that, and you could say bullshit, or you believed it as gospel. And the very next day, you had somebody come out with a very well-documented, here's my steps on how I figured out an estimated P&L, profit and loss. Here's what they spent. Here's what they made in revenue. Here's how I determine those numbers. A lot of it comes from Meltzer. Some comes from other people. Some of it where you don't have answers, you go to, okay, well, WWE is a wrestling company. What does it cost them to produce a show? TNA used to run shows. What's it, or they still do, but you know, it used to be reported what it would cost or when they were on TV. So you use these different examples and you say, what makes sense for AEW? And let's start there. And you had people vehemently going after him and vilely like saying things to him like he was some kind of crazy person for doing the same exercise that Dave Meltzer and Brandon Thurston and all these people make money doing. And we talk about what a grifter is and what a grifter is not. What Switchblade did was an exercise in just a hobby. Like, hey, I'm interested in this company. I'm interested in the business.
I went off.
It's what I do.
I went off on motherfuckers, dude. I went off on people defending Switchblade because it was like, bro, fuck you guys. People do this all the time. There's people with the accounts called AEW Excrement, and he's like fucking an AEW defender guy. That's his whole gimmick, and it's like. And he's like calling out Switchblade. It's like, you motherfuckers don't understand. You're doing the same thing. You spend your whole day defending AEW, and that's okay. You spend more time than he spent crunching these numbers for fun. Like, what if he builds fucking toy trains for fun? Is he wasting his life or whatever? It's so fucking stupid. But either way,
this broke the IWC down a straight and hard line. You either saw unsourced, unverified rumors and gossips and believed it is true, and you also simultaneously saw someone put together an estimate and made fun of the person, or you objectively looked at this and said, well, there's a lot of questions about what BJ Bethel is putting out. And hey, that's pretty cool that this guy did something. And like, if people want to talk about it. And if they don't, they were able to ignore it. And I think this is so telling of like where we're at as a community or as and just as a society in general, right? Mm-hmm. Like you see this stuff in politics, you see this stuff in entertainment, you see this stuff everywhere. But then people want to call this a grift. Get the fuck out of here with that, because if Dave Meltzer did this and he came up with some estimate, they would be.
Oh my God, he'd be seen as a savant. He'd be seen as a fucking lord of all the earth.
He's not smart enough to do this because he runs an actual business, and if he had any IQ at all, he would have done this already. I dared him to show his work. He blocks me. All right, and the same thing could be said over at WrestleNomics. WrestleNomics, which wants to cover Senate hearings, they attempted to do something like this, but they didn't even go halfway. And if you look at what Switchblade did, he went to Nevada tax filings. All right, he went to legal filings in the case of the lawsuits, and he came up with public information. And then he also was smart enough to go back and calculate inflation. He said WWE is a different company now than it used to be. And he and I talked plenty about this. He said, well, if I use their metrics from this year or whatever, I said, well, you got to go back to when they were smaller, or you got to go back to before Fanatics was doing their merchandise, right? Go back to different periods in time so that it's more fair to AEW. He actually was favorable to AEW. And so that's the crazy part to me, is that like these people want us to celebrate success and profit, and it's the second most profitable. Okay, well, he just showed you they're going to be profitable, and now you don't like them. Now this is no good either. It is some kind of mind warp that we tried to explain the other night. I was talking with John Draper a little bit and Julian Weeks, and like it's hard to even fathom that this kind of mind warp exists, and that people think that this is the healthy wrestling company.
So Switchblade said, we can now confirm, as I speculated in my tweet below on March 7th, the most watched NBA regular season game in Max history between the Lakers and Mavericks did no more than 48,000 viewers on Max. The game also did 2.058 million on TNT and 444K on True TV. So they did 2.058 million on TNT and then only 48,000 viewers on Max. And people expect us to believe that more people are watching, like 10 times more people are watching Dynamite every week on Max than watching a Mavs Laker game. Like, can we believe that? Is that a good indicator?
You know what I learned this week from the IWC? I learned that they don't know anything about algebra.
Nothing.
They don't know how to find for X in this world. To the point, Phil, MJ, I must have at least had 7 or 8 DMs ask me, like, what's this all about? So I even had to, like, when I had shared Switchblade's information, I had to, like, put it in layman's terms because people were not understanding how he derived at 48,000 people watching on Max.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got to say.
And that's exactly what I'm saying with the known variables, the unknown variables. It's algebra. These people do not. Maybe they're kids. Like, I always wonder, like, how many of these people are like maybe of an age where they just like, they're slow in school and they haven't exactly like gotten through algebra or calculus or anything of the sort.
They walk funny.
It's like stuff that you learn in high school. Like, are these like and I feel bad, and I wish that there was a way to know this because I would choose not to engage with those folks.
Right.
But yeah, it's sad.
Retard alert! Retard alert!
It's sad. The thing with going back to like the 500,000 and Switchblades being able to figure this out, right? Basic algebra. TNT promoted that number. Like, what's the reason for not promoting the 500,000? There's so many things that just fail a basic standard of like logic or common sense, and they won't answer any questions about it, of course.
Right.
Which is, I'd say, infuriating, but now it's pretty like, it's just status quo, and so we go on.
Yeah. So there's a report that WBD don't care about online discourse around AEW ratings, but then they fucking decided to move. I mean, it's maybe that doesn't have to do with online discourse, but they moved All In and everything, so they don't care about ratings. They don't care about their ratings, but they don't want to go head to head with other.
No, they don't care about the online chatter regarding the ratings, which is a completely different thing.
So, like, what it doesn't mean what they're saying is not true. We just don't care about it, you know? Like, is that what they're saying then? That's like,
and that's headcanon. I don't believe anybody told them from WBD, like, we don't care what they think about it.
Yeah.
Bull S, because it was that type of thinking, kind of like along the lines of when people go, hey, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Well, that's exactly what they're doing. They don't like it. They're not watching it. Why would WBD not care about that?
I think I agree and disagree with you, Awful. I think they were told that WBD does not care so much about the online chatter. They absolutely care about the ratings. They don't care about like the tribal wars, which is like another polite way of WBD probably telling somebody to like leave us alone about this, which I think is ultimately going to cost AEW in the long run. Because there's no way they don't care about the ratings or the negativity or the downward trend. They just don't care about the day-to-day chatter, which is largely what these gossip boys want to foster and promote for their own.
I think where it comes from, MJ and Awful, is from this thing here, and I think the sheets just ran with this. So someone from the Cult of Cornette said, out of curiosity, I sent an email to Max about how disgusting I thought the moment was when John Moxley got the spike stuck in his back. This was their response. And Max says that, I'm Janeth, your Max customer advocate on the Max support team. I understand your thoughts and feelings on AEW Dynamite last March 19, 2025. I'd be more than happy to assist you with this. Thank you for reaching out and sharing your concerns, etc. And she goes, AEW is known for its unique style of professional wrestling, which sometimes includes intense and extreme elements. We encourage viewers to make use of available parental controls and content ratings to tailor their viewing experience accordingly. Your feedback is valuable, and we will ensure that it is shared with the appropriate teams. So basically, and then we have Tony Khan down
Why
here.
didn't this get covered more?
We'll just hold on though. Look, because this is what he had to say too. Tony said that at the Dynasty Media Scrum, he states that AEW will continue to incorporate more violent and or hardcore elements into the programming, as he's aware that the fans love it. So that's what he had to say. And TNT Max people are like, nah, dude. So the same day they roll out Rizzler dolls, they're like, hey, kids, also look at Spike and the Bat guy. And over here's the bearded lady. And there's the dog face boy. And here's Tony Khan going, it's great. We need more violent. We're going to keep doing it. The fans love it. Meanwhile, the casual fans have tuned out in droves. So the sickos love it.
The casual fans have tuned out in droves. You can't. Warner Brothers' answer to that was use your parental controls. I mean, let that sink in. This is a show not for kids. Who is their future audience?
And brother, not to interrupt you, but they're selling Rizzler dolls. They rolled them out and advertised them on the same episode where Rizzler's dressed like Orange Cassidy, and they're like, get your Rizzler plushie. So his kids go to watch this show that they're selling these dolls. So who are they selling these dolls to? Grown men? Is that who? Like literally, who are they selling these dolls to of a kid dressed like Orange Cassidy?
Yeah,
awful.
It's insane. Like, where's the market?
Awful. Please take out your notepad and please write down all of this for the book, because this is why this company is going to eventually implode upon itself. Because the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing.
No. And this is what I don't think people are pointing. Like I'm like, dude, I'm the only one pointing this out. They advertised the Rizzler Orange Cassidy dolls. They made a social media post because I covered here on the show. Then we watched Dynamite. They fucking air the commercial for that. That was on social media, and they're like, "Get your Rizzler dolls." And then Max is like, "Well, use your parental controls." And Tony's like, "This is great. Let's stab a guy in the head with an axe next time." And then Moxley lands on a spike bat and is running around like a fucking Minecraft character with a fucking mace spike put in his back, and then it's like, yeah, who are we selling these dolls to, guys? Is nobody in the back going, well, who the fuck are we selling it? Who? Fear the Revolution? That guy out front meeting everyone's kids? Like, who the fuck are we selling these dolls to? Who are they for? You're supposed to bring it home. Hey, I went to this gruesome wrestling show, son. Why don't you take this fucking doll that I bought there of this fat chubby kid who I'm not even sure who he is? You know, it's like, where is the strategy? Where's the marketing? Why has no one brought this up? You know,
Tony's new thing, and this is how you know he's such a weak leader and so desperate. His new thing is that we're just going to do whatever the remaining fans want, and he's basing that off of like I would call it gratuitous promotion of some stuff that's not that good, but those people know if they criticize it anymore, it'll continue to hurt the company. So it's like grading on a curve. It's like awful. You know those kids in algebra class. Algebra was hard, so like they got like 66 on the test, but the teacher's like, I want to give everyone D's, so I'll give them a B. And that's what people are doing for AEW right now. So enabling it, and they're doing it with kid gloves right now because they realize that if they're critical, it'll hurt them more. Mm-hmm. And Tony's so desperate for approval that he's just whatever people want. And this weekend's going to be because he's either going to alienate a group of people who really want to see someone become champion again, and I'm afraid he's actually going to give in to a
he is
hijack.
He will,
or he's going to stick to like his own guns, and he's gonna tell a story that they set out to tell. But he's so desperate for remaining fans that I don't think he knows which way's up, which way's down.
So in this BJ Bethel article, you open it up, it says exclusive AEW streaming numbers, actual numbers on Max streaming app. And then the 3 words in, he goes, all elite wrestling. Can't even use a fucking spell checker, these goddamn dummies, bro. And you're supposed to believe this guy
They told me to get help.
You're supposed to believe this guy crossed his T's and dotted his fucking I's, and that, yeah, MJ's supposed to get help for criticizing this guy who wrote All Elite Red.
Dummy, yeah.
Fucking insanity, man.
Can we pour one out? Can we pour one out for whoever's job it was to edit that article and failed to do so?
So here, WrestleGraphs posted this. A previous post indicated AEW Dynamite's spring breakthrough would fail to generate 125K to 150K gate. This is not correct. Collision the following night will struggle to generate that. So here's like a correction you made or something like that had to do.
Yes, it was a correction, and this is an early estimate of what the gates would be. That's a hell of a thing to do. Let's throw ourselves a party for surpassing Nitro in a theater in Boston, and not even we won't even generate $500,000 that weekend, but it's fine. We'll throw ourselves a party. Pathetic.
So Tony Khan had this to say. He said, Sting and I haven't spoken about Lex Luger WWE Hall of Fame induction. So he hasn't even spoken to Sting about it yet. Do you believe that? I do.
Of course
I don't.
I don't think he speaks to anybody that's not around.
He avoids talking to everyone like the plague. Anyone who fucking... Everyone knows that, man. He fucking just avoids confrontation and talking to anyone if he doesn't have to.
So you think Sting is going to come out the back door and show up at the Hall of Fame, or what?
Wouldn't even matter. It's not out the back door. I think he's always had a licensing agreement with WWE, and he just doesn't give a fuck, man. He'll do Sting. Tony doesn't tell Sting what Sting does, bro. Period.
Watch the sickos turn on Sting. That will be great.
They turned on Bret Hart, man.
Tony is the kind of guy that, like, when you call him, he's like, I was thinking about you. I was going to call you. Like, bro, it's been 3 months.
So we went over
what do you
all
need?
of the...
Like, what do you need? It's been 3 months. Go ahead. Sorry.
So it's fine, but we went over all these numbers, and yeah, essentially Switchblade was like, hey, AEW is going to make 14 million. Everyone snapped on him. It's like, well, isn't that what you guys want them to make money? Oh, these wrestlers get paid so much in AEW. Isn't it great? Here's how much they get paid. Oh, fuck you. They don't get paid that much. Fuck them.
Right.
They're not. What the fuck, man? You just show some consistency, and then you guys, and the numbers don't lie, right? So we take a look here. Like, here's Will Ospreay's interview 4 weeks ago, 100K views. The next one, Steiner, 400,000. The next one, JD McDonough, 237. The next one, RVD, 179. Chris Bay does 80K around Ospreay. And then Lillian Garcia outdrew Bruv by 5K views, in like a minimal amount of time there in like a week. So what the fuck, and that's where you can make the argument. You can point to social media numbers like that and go, yeah, maybe some of these people are overpaid a little bit. I'm sorry if that's rude. And if it's a shock to AEW fans, what, they get paid this much? Yes. Welcome to the fucking party. You guys don't know that? They're getting paid in obscene amounts of money there. Okay. A quote I directly got from someone was, hey, I got paid 6 figures to stand in the background and clap. Like, you know what I mean? You better fucking... Yeah.
Can I stop you there, Phil?
Rita Chatterton was getting a bag.
Rita Chatterton was on the
for an entire
payroll.
Year, right? But what I was going to say is,
on the payroll.
I kind of take a little umbrage with Switchblade. Maybe not. I could be wrong, but I think it needs to be clearly communicated that if everything was equal in AEW, they would be making $14 million this year.
That is correct. Awful. I'm glad you brought that up. And I was saying earlier, like I used the attendance numbers of All In. I don't know why I did that. That was pretty stupid of me. If you use the revenue numbers of All In, this thing went from being a $10 million show to a $6 million show. It's projected to do about let's be generous and say 2.5 to 3 million. That's half the revenue of last year's show. We talk about Revolution didn't do $1 million gate. If it did, they would have promoted it the same way they did Australia, the same way they did every other time. So that did not do $1 million gate. That was below last year's Revolution. They are losing revenue in every category except for TV money. And Phil, you said this earlier, all those talents leaving, huh? That's called cost cutting. And what did I say weeks and months ago? I said this over a year ago. Get fit. Because you could not have this kind of bloated roster. You could not have these kind of expenses if you expect to actually be profitable, which Dave Meltzer put a target on you and now has said you will be. So if you're not, and that's going to get out if that's true, that becomes a very problematic thing for Mr. Tony Khan. So he's got to get fit, and he's got to cut a lot of people, let a lot of people go.
Well, speaking of Tony Khan, Silver Tower for 20. My goodness. Thank you. Silver Tower for 20 says, here's some more money for the Tony Khan White Powder Fund. Hey, man, he said it.
Guys, Tony Khan.
I thought he was more into the greens these days.
Yeah, dude. I think he's off in the 420 land, dude. I don't think he dabbles in that stuff. I've been around too many fucking heads like that in my life. I think he's just like an Adderall, Starbucks, smoke a blunt, that kind of guy, White Claw.
He got into the weeds, and how about those ratings? Awful.
Yeah.
You see that main event segment, go home show.
Oh yeah.
Pay-per-view? That did not even hold 500,000. Because you got to remember, when these things are averages, that means there's numbers are higher and there's numbers lower. So when you see those low, barely 500,000 numbers, it was dipping below. It was taking a peek.
And there's a pattern starting to emerge. If NXT's ratings rise, because I'm convinced now that the AEW is never going to beat NXT. If NXT's numbers rise, so too shall AEW Dynamite. But if NXT falls, you're not going to see, more ratings for Dynamite in the next night. I've noticed that pattern, and I'm thinking I'm going to stick to it.
Spring break in a lot of places. So if people were not home Tuesday, they were not home Wednesday.
Somebody in chat also pointed out that Samoa Joe did say in the Giga Chad Van Vliet interview, which I forgot. I thought I had it clipped, but he was like, He's like, yeah, I've been fired from WWE twice already. Won't be the last time. He said that during the interview. He's going back to the Federation. Anyways, Gabe Kidd tweeted out, bruv, AEW fans get no pussy. It's joke. He tweeted this 2 days ago, roasting their fans, I guess. So
Gabe Kidd lost all credibility with that shtick when he went on. And that was what a boneheaded move from Gabe Kidd. Because he could have rode that out for a while. And he could have made himself a lot of money riding that out. And instead, what happened? He's never been back, right? He did one match.
Yeah, he got paid off essentially. You know what I mean? Like here's a couple grand, money you've not really seen out there in Japan.
Yeah, he's going to, as Linda Hogan would call it, just a little 10-piece, a little bone, right? Anyways, Jay White was pulled from the Owen because he's legitimately injured and will be undergoing surgery. Hopefully,
This guy can't catch a break, man. He can't catch a break out here.
Jay White has been. Jay White has caught bad breaks. He's gotten injured, but he is also just. This was a guy who like main evented the Garden with Okada, and I know that was not the reason they sold all those tickets to Madison Square Garden, but he was that guy, and it's sad to see how he's such a good promo. He's such a good character. He did really good when he carried New Japan post Omega. Just sad to see what's happened to him.
Yeah, he should have went to WWE, but
and he's not protected.
How many years ago did he sign though? Like we don't even. His shit could be coming up soon. You know what I mean? A lot of people's are. Cal Bloom makes his Ring of Honor debut. The former Von Wagner appeared on Dynamite as a security guard. Now he's in Ring of Honor. I guess Von Wagner wrestles in Ring of Honor now.
Oh, my God. Dude, for another thing, I'm so tired of these, like, Midwestern names that these guys keep coming up with. I don't care if it's his real name or not. Where are the adjectives?
Cal Blue.
Where are the descriptors? I'm tired of having everybody sound like they're an office clerk. We need bruisers. We need killers. We need axe and smash. We need these names again.
We need Bearcat Keith Lee.
But we
should be like a bear, but like a cat.
Yeah, we do have a hologram.
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of holograms, masks, right? We see them here. They look like a piece of a tent that fell off the back of a pickup truck or something. And here we go. Here's the Rey Fenix masks looking El Fuego already on $75, $50 for the hologram one. So
oh my God. That looks like a robber's mask.
Oh shit!
Pick them up, see.
So speaking of mask competitors, we're here to rob this joint, see?
All of its money.
There was reportedly a delay in announcing Chris Jericho versus Bandito because of an issue involving Bandito's representatives. It has been described as a ridiculous few weeks in finalizing the match for Dynasty. This is according to The Observer, and it's been a ridiculous few weeks trying to finalize this match for Dynasty. Why is this Ring of Honor match on fucking Dynasty? Jesus Christ, for the Ring of Honor title.
Ridiculous story. What representatives? If they're signed to the company, like what? They have agents now negotiating their matches? Sure. This is not a serious company if this is happening. You pay these people. That's what the money's for. Do the job. Go to work.
So here's Switchblade saying here, Fightful gossip, somehow gossiped but confirmed that Okada's making $4.5 million. For anybody questioning the roster, if he's making $4.5 million, what is everyone else making? Just right there alone. When the Bucks go NBA level deals and their EVPs, they obviously make more than Okada. So what are we talking? Right, we're talking 5, 6, 7 to 10, 5 to 10 million each. Each buck, 5 to 10.
What's up with Sean Ross Sapp's last sentence in this article here?
He says,
No. We can confirm those numbers. Has he done so?
Man, come on.
Well, if he can, then why is anyone questioning Switchblade?
Yeah. because they're fucking crybabies, bro. They just want to. It's good for me, not for thee, dude. So it's like good if Netflix is dying on, or WWE's dying on Netflix.
You see,
and then it's like, well, what is this shit? Like, what's happening over here? No, man, they're getting 500,000 viewers, the same amount that are watching. More people watch just Dynamite on Max than watch Collision every Saturday. That's what they expect us to believe. Fucking insanity.
Did you see Swerve claim he's getting 8 figures?
That's what I'm saying. And he likely is. He likely fucking is, man. And that's the thing.
Look how hard he shills for the company. I don't doubt it.
Bro,
I mean, hard.
I would just like to point out that the Khan family paid Trevor Lawrence a boat ton of money, and I think he's won like 3 football games in 2 years.
Yeah.
This is a pattern that these people will pay underperformers because or
that they don't know how to develop talent, not to take a shot at Lawrence, right? Like
that guy's had injury too, but I guess that's the injuries in the NFL are the equivalent to bad booking in wrestling. But like, how do you pay people that like just objectively? You can't even argue it. They were in basketball arenas. The guy became champion. Now they're in theaters, and you paid him more.
And the one person that kept the ratings at least steady hasn't received the championship title shot since he lost the championship. Samoa Joe.
I was going to say MJF before that too, but he's also received terrible booking. Jeff Jarrett feuds and segments and completely, just completely diminishing his character. So even when he's used appropriately, it has less returns because you've already diminished the guy.
Right.
I want to tell you guys an allegedly. Here,
allegedly.
So listen to K100. If you guys like take what Conan and Disco say seriously at all ever, I implore everybody here to listen to K100. I think when the next one drops, and what Conan actually has to say about Dave Meltzer and what Dave Meltzer told him. I just implore you all to do that, and that's all I'll say about that for right now. And I'm sure we'll react to it, whenever that drops or whatever. So shout out Husey as well. And just everyone keep your ears peeled. I'll try and clip it. But something interesting nonetheless. But PW Unlimited says that it was originally reported by Fightful that Mark Davis is out with an injury. Then Meltzer provided an update stating Davis suffered a fractured foot. He just came back too. And then he came back as a babyface. Then out of nowhere, he's a heel with the Callis family. And then all of a sudden he's hurt again. So unfortunate for this gentleman as well.
This is the same these guys work one night a week. It is such a shame that these guys get injured so easily. It's because they're not putting their reps in. You heard it. They're not putting their reps in.
Yeah, dude, you don't callous your body, you get fucking hurt a lot easier, right? Like if you bump around once a year, you bump around fucking 100 times a year. So that's all it is. And especially with this physical style where Mark Davis will do fucking dives to the outside and shit like that. I'm sure he does the very physical style.
I remember when Stan Hansen was diving out of the ring.
Right. Right. Here's good old JD. Claims BJ Bethel is being paid off by AEW for the max viewership article. Throwing his allegations around so nonchalantly can quickly backfire on JD. So this guy's saying, saying this about Bethel could backfire on JD.
Is warning. JD okay? Is he all right now?
I don't know. I think he's all right.
He had a rough couple weeks.
You miss it.
What?
I would say I think when you guys were talking about this on Wednesday. I think you attributed this to me, and I'm glad the air is cleared now because I did no such thing. This is all a JD bit.
Okay.
Jay Bethel and SE Scoops. How they get 500,000 is beyond me. You're probably wondering how they got 500,000, folks.
And I was one little boy blue. He needed the money.
If you don't know that there is
BJ, is that your name or is that like what you do?
Some sick and twisted narrative. People are paid off in this community to make AEW better than they are. This is only one example.
Oh shit!
He would fucking know. Let's stop playing games.
It's like when Tony Khan says there's bots sent to attack on the interwebs. Like you're projecting something you do or are part of.
Right. Didn't say a word about the man. Man blocked me and started trying to take my whole gimmick. But go on.
Oh man.
I'm not going to sit here and
BJ, I can't afford it. Oh.
give you the other examples. You have eyes, you have ears, you have a
BJ, no thanks, I'm full. Oh, good.
brain. You see who tweets, you see the engagement farmers on social media, and you see the way people act on social media. You can find them if you are looking hard enough. Minutes.
Okay.
Hey, where is that bar at anyway that he's always in?
I will give him credit. He spent money to do that. It's good production value. I give him credit for that.
A green sheet is about, I don't know, $10 there, MJ.
I didn't say he did it in the most effective or efficient way possible. I just give him credit for having it. Like Bill, you also have great graphics, and what Marvin puts together for you guys over on 2D, fantastic. I didn't say that it was like hard. I just said it's like I give him credit for that. It's better than home office sometimes.
Whoever this guy is, he fucking blocked me after I put this because I said if someone blocked me, I don't bookmark them anymore because they get trapped. This guy blocked me. See, because I can't unbookmark it. So pretty crazy. Here, speaking of the Rizzler,
You're stuck in here with him.
Yeah, the Rizzler's at Sizzler, and he's cooking. And Big Boom AJ, of course, is on the fucking feature with this one, spitting bars. And it's no Becca, but it's better than Nikita Lyons, I will say that. But AJ jumps in and starts spitting about fucking being in AEW. Let's check it out.
Grillin', it's a sizzler. In the kitchen, we go to Ramsay. They call me the Rizzler, and I just hit the Riz face.
Big Boom AJ in the ring. I just swept them, grabbed the broom. Now I'm in the gym bench pressing. I give that flip 5 big boom.
I got Pokemon cards. I got fresh chicken bits. Hitting the ball so hard. They thought it was an earthquake.
Yeah. And I'm gonna team you up with Mini Typhoon and this other little guy. You're Typhoon.
My name, quarterback. I said nice catch, cheer. It's the song of the summer. It's the song of the year. Always gonna boom, 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 boom. Never gonna doom, doom, doom. Ohio. I got to keep on rizzing. Always gonna boom, 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 boom. Never gonna doom, doom, doom. Ohio. I got to keep on rizzing.
Fuck.
Remind me to scrub my computer after watching that. Jesus Christ, what is that? That's some weird. I don't know.
Yo, guys, I gotta go after that. That just made me need to leave.
Oh my god. Well, if you
right behind you, MJ.
What was that?
Jesus Christ, bro.
What was that? I didn't know this existed.
Yeah,
and I'm sorry I do.
That's what happens, dude, when it's boom, 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 the doom, 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 man. That's what goes down here at PWT. We tap in with the Rizzler.
Link I shouldn't click on, and I did. Oh, I feel gross.
So here is Swerve. Are you really getting out of here, MJ? We got a couple more in AEW news if you want to stick around now.
No, I got a few more minutes, but that actually made me feel violated that you made me watch that.
Douche chilling out of my skin, which is what Samantha Irvin blocked me for saying about her as well. So they report here Swerve gets power bombed onto real glass, but here's the real glass. It's clearly the sugar stuff, and not that it matters. Like, he's had needles shoved through his face and power bombed on bricks, and shit's been lit on fire. So it's like, does this really matter? You know what I mean?
All that for under 500,000 viewers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, awful. By the way, that's the second time that this guy has failed to hold 500,000 audience for a main event segment. Because when he had the thing with Ricochet, that number cratered too. They're going to make such a mistake. And I'm sick of people, these race baiters online, that if you point out anything critical of anything that involves like a Swerve Strickland segment or anything, you're racist. Like, I don't understand. Like, I think that's not healthy for the company, but also, it's just a fact. The guy hasn't held a rating, hasn't held viewership.
Yeah. So all of that, like Awful said, for what? Chris Jericho, and what have I guys told you? Sorry guys, it's getting late. I got waterhead. Remember earlier I told you I went swimming? I got half my head is fucking deaf here. What have I told you, my guys, is what I was gonna say. All of my guys in chat. What have I told you, my guys? Okay. Chris Jericho before was trying to go into the Rumble as an AEW guy and come out to Judas and all that shit. Moxley said he would have fucking walked into the other company, tried to. The Elite, according to Meltzer, they all were like, yeah, well, and according to Ibu and these guys, they were all ready to be like, yeah, let's go to the Fed and everything. So all these guys who you're like, oh, they're AEW through and through, they'd all jump ship for the same type of bag and privileges Tony Khan gives them 100%, right? It's always good for me, not for thee. And here's Jericho saying it. He finally admits that he would definitely consider going to WWE again. And he goes, I would have considered a return to WWE before things changed with the leadership. I mean, you'd have to be absolute crazy not to consider it. Of course, I would consider going back there. It just depends on what the situation is and what's going on with me at the time. We'll see. It's not even a never say never thing. It's more like consider all your options and choose wisely. So he'll never get the type of money Tony Khan's giving him, but all of the people that everyone thinks are AEW ride or die, they will jump ship in a heartbeat, man. It's a business at the end of the day. And so they're just going to eventually turn on every single wrestler ever, pretty much. Like, because they all want to go to WWE. All of them aspire to that. So
I think Jericho knows that he won't get Tony Khan money, but I think he knows that Tony Khan might not give him Tony Khan money. And by the way, amazing that he would actually, I'm shocked to see if Chris Jericho would say he'd go back to WWE before the management change. So if you read into that, he'd go back with Vince there. So like, he's really putting that pedal to the metal.
Awful. You want to see Jericho back in WWE?
There's not a goddamn soul from AEW I'd want to see back in WWE. Not a one.
So there's some I'd like to see go to WWE, but not back in WWE, if that clarifies things.
And keep them all there.
And people
You're good on all of it.
And for the people saying like, oh, Tony Khan listens to the fans. No, he doesn't. Here's a sign. We miss Wardlow. Everybody does. And then this guy, so Triple H's thoughts posts this picture, and off screen here, this guy, James Rich, says, can tell this account and comments have no clue what they're talking about. He's been dealing with a bad knee injury. And then Triple H's thoughts pulls that dude's card and is like, then why is fucking, this is in February. Why is Wardlow doing a fucking indie with Dark Order guys and Fuego del Sol? You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? No, he's not injured. He's not on fucking TV. And because Tony Khan is too busy, you know, shit piling up bullshit. The last thing that I
used to get made fun of for liking the Dark Order and thinking that it was like a reasonable thing to do because I thought they were good with Brody Lee. I thought they were good with the stuff they did on behind the BTE. It's funny to look back on it. The Dark Order pulled better ratings than Okada in Oscar.
Yeah, dude. It's true. Silver Tower gifted another fucking 10 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. My goodness. Round of applause, chat. Silver Tower gifted like 30 memberships tonight or something. So that's fucking amazing. I hope my biggest haters or my biggest listeners who don't have memberships get those. Thank you so much, Silver Tower. That's incredible. 626 for 2 says Rizzler is the new Jericho or we riot. Dude, those big boom guys, they'll fucking pull. If I just play their songs, like they'll fucking yellow flag me probably every time. So I don't know about all that. Mike Sausalese for 2 says, bend over, shake your head real hard. It should go away. Yeah, Mike, I'll fucking swim an expert over here. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. I will do my best. I've been like plunging my ear against my hand, you know, using like a hand plunge or whatever. It is what it is. Guys, the last thing for AEW news though. Okay. And then I'm going to jump into some Dave Meltzer and MJ might have to get out of here. I'm not sure what everyone's got going on, but you're welcome to stay. But All Elite botches, someone quote tweeted this and was like, hey, here's a gem from the past. Let's take a look at old, since everybody wants to say, oh, old AEW, let's take a look.
You were never the focus of the match. It's always the wrestlers. You're there to help them.
That's some old Aubrey Edwards
story. So I'm there purely for other people. I'm never ever the center of attention, and I don't want to be.
So we're gonna get pulled for disco fever here, but we'll let it play lightly. Here's her dancing around the fucking ring.
It is a classic.
Look at this shit. What is she doing? Here's her right up in the business.
Oh, that is a book cover if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, dude. My word, hey. And there's another one. It's probably in here where she's pulling Jade off of her opponent in like a brawl.
Oh, yeah.
So hard, and Jade's like, "Let go of me, you fucking idiot." Her face.
She was timeless Tony before timeless Tony.
Exactly, dude. Here, let's listen to what she says.
I'm there to help them. It's not
Hey,
about
also,
like
treat
what
me
my
like one of
thoughts
those
are,
French girls.
what I want to get out of it. Like it's not about me at all.
It's not about me at all. Some of it, sorry if it's a little off screen, but here we go. Here's her face.
Like it's not about me at all.
Look at the face. Oh my gosh.
Never ever the center of attention.
I never want to be the center of attention. Look at her reaching. Can y'all see that? Yeah, dude, look at the reach for the tag. She's reaching for the tag with the dude reaching for the tag. Oh my God.
Maybe she's showing the talent what to do because they don't know. Like
it's too good.
I would like to nominate this for the IWC Hall of Fame. This video, and it's been around for a long time, is awful. This is for all the good ones you've done. This one is up there.
Oh yeah, it might have been inspiring to me.
Yeah, dude. Some of it I know you don't see. Here we go. Yeah. Oh my God, amazing.
She's like a method actor.
It's what it is. She used to be like an art drama kid, man. That's what it is, dude. Like she was like a dancer and all this shit on the indies. She'd like fucking like dance with wrestlers and shit in the middle of matches. If you've been to one of these Dynamites, bro, they do it during the commercial break.
There's
Aubrey comes out and they're like, "Give it up for Ref Aubrey Edwards," and she's like a mark for herself, dude.
She's like, "Let go of me, you dumb sunt."
Yeah, man, it's craziness. She's like, "Stop! Like, you need to stop it." It's like, what a fool.
We're
and
trying
that,
to work
ladies
here.
and gentlemen, was AEW news. MJ,
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's from Mercedes Monet, dude. MJ, we can get you out of here if you need, my guy. I know you got stuff to do, so are you planning on taking off? I'm going to talk about Dave Meltzer for a bit, so both of you guys, if you want to stick around or you got to take off, that's totally cool. But MJ, let the good folks know, plug your shit. Where can people find you and stuff?
Don't follow me at some or WrestleClips. I got nothing to plug. Toonie Town, Pro Wrestling Times. Yo, I'm gonna plug Switchblade again. He really did something that had not been done in the community and has not been done by the cosplaying journalists or reporters or media or financial estimators. He did something that I thought was incredible. I have issues with some of it. He and I will continue to debate and hopefully publicly be able to discuss like just different things that could change. And I speak for him. I'm confident that I can say this on behalf of Switchblade. He wants people to send him updates, feedback, things that they find, things that they think are interesting or questions. Like he is not there telling people this is a fact. He is not pulling a Meltzer. He is just putting out something for discussion. And for all the sickos who don't think this stuff is important or don't really want to be, they just want to enjoy the matches. They want a fantasy book because somehow that's not less cool. Go do it. Like no one told you have to stop by and reply. Like the world will be fine. The world will keep spinning if you do not reply to Switchblade and tell him that he is a virgin. I do not think that is true. I think that these people have something else going on, a true sickness. Tony Khan has told one truth in all of his management of AEW. His fans are sickos. And that is why there are less than them there have ever been before. And, for all the viewership on Max, they were down 17% in Peoria, Illinois, year over year in attendance. So sometime soon, maybe those people will start showing up to the venues. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Some X Air,
Peace.
WrestleGraphs, MJ from NJ. Round of applause. What a fucking stud. That's amazing shit, pal. I'm going to check in with chat again, and I want everybody to polish up your flutes and get them in the chat because we're going to play some flutes here in just a moment. Awful, what say you? Are you going to hang around and roast some Meltzer with me for a little bit?
Ooh, I gotta get the hell out of here. I've noticed
Oh,
I've been on for 3 hours. This is pretty goddamn awesome experience. I want to thank the chat.
Absolutely, man. I love it. This was such a good hang, even though you're fucking pulling the curtain way too far. Are you sure about that?
I know. I ruined some Mark's day today, and I really do apologize, but I'm lying to you. I don't apologize. Yeah.
Yeah. Phil Marks. This Marks
Yes.
right here. Okay, buddy?
but,
Ladies and gentlemen, follow Awful Wrestling at AEW Full Wrestling and Toonie Talk every Wednesday at Toon Wrestling. Pardon me,
every Tuesday.
Rather.
God
Sorry,
damn
I
you.
fucked up. I'm talking about my show. Got to just plug my plug in there real quick. Awful, tell the good folks anything else you need to plug. When is the book coming out? When can we expect part 1 of the anthology series? No.
To be quite honest with you, I've taken your idea into serious consideration. And I have been working on it. I'm going to be honest with you. Here's the hardest part. I don't know whether to make it like funny and analytical or just simply analytical, because I'm trying to, I would kind of want this to be on bookshelves at some point where an average person can read it and probably be interested in the content. So it's a real tough thing. And folks, I've not done a book before. This is a great challenge for me.
Yeah.
I'm not running away from it, but I'm looking forward to it. And
I have the perfect. You got to DM me. I'll fucking let you know. I have a great
definitely.
idea of what you should do. Yeah.
Gotcha. But peace to the chat. Peace to the 200 people listening, 200 plus people listening, I assume. And hopefully you guys will have a great night. And I've got an awful autopsy video coming out tomorrow. It will be dealing with 2 things. It'll be dealing with the Jon Moxley, Marina Shafir versus Swerve versus and Willow match, and also the encounter between Athena and Mercedes Moné from Collision. So look forward to that.
Amazing, guys. Fucking round of applause for Awful Wrestling. Just one of the guys. DM me, though.
Indeed.
Yeah, DM me for sure. Hey, wait, Awful. You know what they say.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Take it easy, but yeah. Okay, see ya. Okay, Awful Wrestling, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome shit. One of the goats there. One of my really good pals, who I appreciate a lot. For his insight and his takes. So let's continue along. We're going to go. This will be our last segment of the night, and I want to see flutes in chat. I'm going to check in with chat, and a couple announcements. So tomorrow is Sunday for Dynasty. I am going to be doing Alt Jake Takes on Spaces on X for the pre-show with him and George Capture, and then we're going to be switching over for the actual pay-per-view over to PWT YouTube channel. Okay, so this channel here, so make sure you guys are checking that out, and maybe we'll go live on X or just YouTube. No, we'll just do YouTube, maybe Twitch again. I don't know about that, but yeah, make sure you guys come and check us out for the pre-show over on X. And then make sure you check us out for the rest of the pay-per-view over here on YouTube. And that's what's going on for tomorrow. I'm going to stream Dynasty and shit. So it'll be a good time, pal. And we'll do sickos tomorrow, too. We'll run through some sickos like early on or when it's just one of the matches we could give a shit less about. I didn't preview Dynasty because I'm assuming we're going to do that on the spaces before or like during the pre-show, run through the card and give picks and shit. So, yeah, we'll do that over there. And so if you want my picks and want to know about each match, I'm going to do that over on the spaces with Jake there tomorrow. But yeah, polish up your flutes because it is time for everybody's favorite segment. And it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer, once again, questions the validity of the Raw Netflix numbers while sitting here trying to say BJ Bethel is legit. So we take our attention and turn it to the GOAT. Meltzer said what? Who quotes saying this was the largest sleight of hand to date based on how Nielsen or a TV station would track those minutes. It would be 2,471,000 homes and 3.385 million worldwide viewers, a top of 11%. So Dave even admits that, like, on Netflix, WWE doesn't do the numbers that AEW does on fucking Max or whatever. Like, this is where this shit all just falls apart. So Meltzer said what, calls out BJ, and then goes, look, like, again, what do you guys think? More people are watching Raw, like, percentage wise, you know, are more people watching Raw on Netflix than AEW on Max? You just have to really critically think about it for a second. Jimmy Corderas got into a little bit with Dave Meltzer, and Jimmy Corderas responded to someone, and Dr. Evil 3000, and then Dave just like responds to Jimmy. So he follows him, whatever, quote tweets him. But Dave's always like looking to pick fights with motherfuckers like this. So Jimmy's like, I'll tell you what it isn't. An overly choreographed, synchronized dance routine. If that's your idea of evolution, you have zero clue. Dave Meltzer responds and goes, but you know, actually, Jimmy, Luth has used the term choreographed dance routine to describe Shawn Michaels to me, Tony Khan. And I quote tweeted this and said, now wrestlers literally do choreographed dance routines, and Meltzer gives them 5 stars. And now that last part's a little shot. I know, I'm sorry. But for wrestlers who we covered it on the show, like Swerve and Ospreay have literally broken out into dance routines. Aubrey Edwards literally breaks out into dance routines. So, but then I add the 5 stars just to like poke the bear a bit, but that's not really a shot at wrestlers. I don't want to, any wrestlers in particular. But WWE, this is according to a Meltzer, WWE reportedly does have plans for Rey Fenix to enter a feud with Andrade upon his WWE debut. And Meltzer goes, by the way, Phoenix is going to be feuding with Andrade. I don't know if they'll do it Friday, Brian. But here's the thing. Other dirt sheets all reported this. And then Meltzer goes, by the way, Phoenix will be feuding Andrade. It's just like, okay, other people already said that. So you're saying that in hindsight after everyone spoiled Kevin Owens shit and the Rey Fenix thing. Like, someone in WWE in the office went on a leak spree, or they're just working everyone brilliantly again. But Meltzer said what the GOAT pulls this Tony Khan card here. And he says Tony Khan himself doesn't know the AEW Dynamite Max numbers, but 2,700 follower BJ Bethel had these top secret WBD classified info leaked to him, and not THR, Variety, WSJ, or even WON, PWIFF. If you believe that, I've got magic beans to sell you. And that's exactly it. Like, why are they telling Bethel? Well, he has a source. Okay. That's fucking stupid, man. That's the dumbest thing. Who is it? Joey Janela posted this, which I fucking love, dude. I'm stealing that for a thumbnail. That's so fucking good. I know everyone gets triggered by the AI art too. It's like, bro, the AI art is used for what it's used for is just like funny memes and shit. And it's used for YouTube thumbnails if you're a channel that just cranks content out. You know what I mean? That's where you use AI for. That's where it's fun, but otherwise it's like, yes, don't fucking, like, I don't want to play video games designed by AI and shit, but AI can be fun too, everyone. Get your fucking panties out of knots. You know what I mean? Oh, I just unbookmarked it. Whatever. We'll find it again. So Dave Meltzer, though, he decides he's like going to go at Corderas, right? So again, Corderas, he's just picking fights with Corderas. Corderas is talking to a guy who's not Meltzer. Again, talking to someone who isn't Meltzer and just responding to him. And then Dave has to pipe in and pick a fight. So this guy, Noah Gilbert, says, yes, because AEW gets nothing but positive coverage from wrestling media. All the main ones, yes. All the main ones. Name the bad ones. It's just the marks like me that everybody's like, don't listen to them. And like Jim Cornette and shit trash them. But they are just giving their opinions on shit. The fucking real media coverage, like the news and shit, it all leans the AEW way. We know that. Not to say it's not real media like what Eric Bischoff does, right? But even there, Conrad weighs heavily in the favor of AEW. Like, there's people who push back. There's you know, you don't agree on everything. And that's the difference. Like, I tried to point this out before. Not everybody who listens to Cornette or PWT or Toonie Talk or fucking Conrad Thompson or Grilling JR or 83 Weeks, they don't all fucking agree on everything all the time. Right? So, what is this, like, the media in general? It's like, no, the dirt sheets who leak the news and, like, are the quote unquote journalists. And then you guys are more triggered by the people who openly go, we're comedians, or we give our opinions, or hey, I was in the business and these are just my thoughts. Right? That's the fucking problem we have. But anyways, Corderis is like, wrestling media, they don't confuse analysts and media. They are not the same. And then Meltzer goes, you've lost it. It's so bad that people who are more favorable in covering WWE to AEW are accused of being biased against WWE. It goes both ways. Like, Dave is a Kool-Aid drinker. Look what he says. Unless you are a full he goes, actually, Brian, unless you are a full Kool-Aid drinking WWE, you are considered biased against them. That's not true. Am I considered biased against WWE? I criticize them all the fucking time. What do I say? Fucking, hey, I called CM Punk's favor lame. I said, he's one of my favorite wrestlers. I said his shit with Seth Rollins. They spammed finishers. No one gets mad about that shit. Right? So, Dave, you're in a fucking bubble. That's the problem. You block MJ when he tells you the truth. You block me when I tell you the truth. We're not even like trolling you or being gross towards you. Right? There's some shitheads you just block because it's like they're just clearly a shithead. I get that. Right? But instead, you're like arguing with the clear shitheads and not fucking engaging with people who are like truth seekers, or at least like being funny, or at least like pointing out the obvious flaw in your fucking logic, you know? But for instance, Awful was thoroughly convinced by MJ on this show, the way he phrased shit. Awful's mind was changed live here on the show. You're not going to change Meltzer's mind on a show. Brian tries that, and it just turns into O'Brien moments. Trying Brian moments. That's why he's trying Brian. Right? Like, it turns into those moments where Brian's trying real hard, like, come on, Dave. And then Dave's just, he won't have it. Oh, but CMLL. Like, so anyways. So he's like, you've lost it. Unless you are full Kool-Aid drinking WWE, you're considered biased against them. If you report one thing positive about AEW, like BJ Bethel did, most ignored it and didn't even address it. No, Dave, you think most ignored it and didn't address it. Also, it's not to be taken seriously, but you think that because you're in a fucking bubble, bro. You blocked anyone who addressed it. You've blocked everyone who addressed it or talked about it. You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. And then Corderis goes, only thing I've lost is faith in some reporting. The fact you've jumped in again shows you believe I was referring to you. Interesting, as always. Thanks for your kind words. Have a good night. See, Dave jumped in. He was like going at fucking Corderis. And then I responded and go, Dave lives in such a bubble, dude. It absolutely goes both ways. B, shout out Brendan Schaub. Switchblade got attacked just as harshly. Meltzer would know this if he studied and learned the TV and Wagyu beef businesses. Brian, got to study the Wagyu beef in Japan. 5 stars if the Wagyu served at the Tokyo Dome, Brian. So Meltzer said what? Again, pulling cards. Oh, look who is right again. Me, Observer. This is a quote from Observer. What we do know is very little. Max keeps its numbers to themselves. Nobody at AEW knows the actual numbers. Top execs at WBD, ad buyers, etc. don't know. The NBA and NHL don't know either. Okay, so Switchblade did the math correctly because nobody knows, and he just went based off what they all say. Boom. You know, just Dave comes in and refutes BJ. No one's mad at him. So this is the problem, right? So everybody reports that Miro's coming back and Lana won't be there. Then Dave jumps on his fucking show or his newsletter late to the game, late to the party, like always. And Meltzer always does this. And I quote tweeted this and I said it. I explained it here. Meltzer just sees other dirt sheets stories and then regurgitates their shit, but adds the idea behind this is, or he goes like, there's more than meets the eye. The Decepticons, Brian. So like everyone else reported this. And then he's like, he comes in. Miro was at the offices on 4/2 to sign his new contract. And it's been expected he would sign here when he got his AEW release. actually, well, CJ, Lana, CJ, was not with him. And right now, those in the company are of the impression she's not coming with him. And it's like, you didn't ask anybody. You're trying to like flip. He always does that too. He steals other people's shit and then doesn't credit them, man. And he does it all in print. So it's so easy to catch too. Fucking moron. He's ultimately a goddamn moron. So Dave Meltzer, Wrestling Observer newsletter, reports Travis Scott is currently in plans for WrestleMania. As for The Rock, it's not confirmed that he's in plans, and ultimately it's up to him. No shit. You just say the most obvious thing ever. I mean, it's really up to him if he shows up, Brian. No fucking shit. And so he goes, Travis Scott is currently in WrestleMania plans. As for Dwayne Johnson, Dewey, Brian, I met him when he was 8. Who hasn't been around, and his name has been barely mentioned. It's all up to Dwayne Johnson. Everyone presumes he'll be there in some form the day of the show, but it's not confirmed to anyone either. Perhaps his appearance is being kept secret, but I'm not sure why, given everyone would expect him to begin with. But that's why these last few weeks the name has barely been mentioned on, even when it is only in passing. But obviously the original idea was likely to be The Rock helping Cena win the title, Brian. Here's the problem, Dave. It's called out of sight, out of mind, you fucking dummy. This is how you book pro wrestling. So we're just not thinking about The Rock, and then boom, the music hits, and we go, oh shit, he's here. And instead of like Lil Wayne, and he's in New Orleans there in Las Vegas. So it's like, Viva Las Vegas, right? Dice comes out and goes, The Rock, my dick. Oh, no, but Carrot Top comes out with a prop. Oh, hey guys, look, it's The Rock. And he has an actual rock in his hand. And he's like, huh. Celine Dion comes out and sings him to the fucking I'm just kidding. But yeah, Dave, it's just like, come on, man. He just wants to. The reason he's even saying that is because he wants to like sort of put the narrative out there that Dwayne might not be there. So again, Switchblade cites Meltzer as like, here's Meltzer who defended BJ Bethel, but then doesn't realize that his own fucking writings dispel BJ Bethel. And so Dynamite Dave doesn't sound too positive about Dynasty. So leading into Dynasty tomorrow, guys, here's what Dave has to say about the whole fucking event going into it.
I mean, AEW pay-per-views are usually really, really good. I'm actually usually great. But, I mean, like I look at the lineup and I mean that.
Oh, they're great. Yeah, I for sure wasn't told that by Tony Khan. Or sorry, I'm supposed to be Dave. But yeah, it's like, okay, what are you? Oh, they're actually great. Okay, says who?
I mean, AEW pay-per-views are usually really, really good. I'm actually usually great. But, I mean, like I look at the lineup and I mean, that last one lineup-wise was a stronger lineup. This one is interesting because it's, Cole and Garcia is like one of those matches that's going to like, kind of like in the make or break thing. Like if they tear the house down.
Oh, it's kind of like, it's like a make or break. It's kind of like a Brian.
It'll probably be a great show because, the Omega match with Ricochet and Bailey is going to be great. Moxley and Swerve will be what it is.
Why? So if Meltzer, who just recently claimed, as we covered on the show, who's tripled and quadrupled down. Oh, it's the way the crowd is moved, Brian, that I give star ratings. Why will Ricochet and Bailey and Omega be great? Why? Because the moves they're going to do, Dave, he's such a goddamn phony, baloney, cheesy liar. It's really just the truth.
It's going to be a death match. I mean, of some form. It's going to be gross. But that's, that going in.
It's going to be a death match. It's going to be gross. I mean, this is what appeals to people these days, Brian. Blue waffle.
Tony Storm, Megan Bayne. Man, I don't know. That's... I mean, I think that they put it together.
He's thinking of the matches like he's not giving a prediction and talking about like it's a work, Dave. He's like, oh, well, the flips they'll do. I mean, I don't know. Tony Storm doesn't really do backflips, so I don't know, Brian.
Together well. Tony Storm super over. But I don't know. I mean, AEW.
What a fucking dummy, Dave. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I can say about it. That was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Round of applause to the PWT universe. You guys are fucking goated. Just over 4 hours. Tomorrow, Dynasty stream. Don't miss it. When the pay-per-view starts, maybe 5 minutes before, check in over here. Alt Jake takes on Spaces tomorrow with George Capture. I want to thank Ref MJ from NJ from being here as well. At some X Error, don't follow him. At Awful Wrestling, Tune Wrestling as well. My guests were just incredible. And yeah, we'll do some sickos. Okay, I'll bring you guys a little bit of bookmarks. We're going to be locked in and we're going to do our picks on All Jake Takes On. So make sure if you're not on Twitter, you check that out or you check out the replay of that after, whatever the fuck. I've been Phil Marks. Take care of each other. Be good to each other. Love each other. Be really fucking cool and groovy and all that stuff. And yeah, man, I'm going to go take a pee. Until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down. And shout out my Twitch homies. Until next time, we'll see you in the Upside Down. Hug each other, love each other. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that Smackdown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
what's the point?
The point is Smackdown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.